Review Council regular meeting to order for February 9th, 2026 at 5:32 PM. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Mitchum,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Handbook,
Here.
Councilmember Bailey,
Here.
Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Devner,
Here.
Councilmember Lasher,
Here.
Councilmember Randolph. Here.
Thank you. At the moment, Councilmember Davis has not joined us remotely yet. Let's note the time when he does. Please. Our town attorney has the floor for the launch of the Mountain View Code and Character Project Workshop.
Cool. All right, so workshop one. Today we're going to be focusing on zoning districts, but before we get there, there's a couple of other items I want to cover. I want to go over a general overview of the project. I want to talk about what defining a successful project looks like to each counselor. I want to talk about a couple of land use issues that will come into play throughout the process, but in particular tonight. Then I want to go over a quick tutorial of how to use the code, the new code, and then we'll get into the zoning district discussion. So a lot to cover, and I'll be showing stuff up on the screen as we go, but it's mostly just informational. If I have a particular question about something on the screen, I'll cue you to it. So starting with the overview, there's a lot of informational material in the packet that I'm not going to cover tonight, but it's really sort of helpful, and now it's all in one place. So that includes the PowerPoint from September, the final report from Fairfield and Woods regarding the residential standards, and then the timeline for the project. So that's all in the packet. And the timeline's a good segue to talk about the cadence of this project, sort of procedurally how it's set up and how we'll move through the process. So really, as I've said before, every decision in each work session is going to create groundwork for the next work session. So with that in mind, we won't really come back to the same question twice. And we have to sort of go about it in that process in order to methodically build this land use code topic by topic. And then throughout that process, so we're going to build, and build. And then at the very end, we're going to get to a consolidated draft. And then we're going to see how it all came together. And that's the stage when you do get a second bite at the apple before we get into an adoption ordinance. So we're going to build. All of those decisions are going to build on the last ones. And we're going to set up a full land use code in that sort of cadence. And then we're going to get to what we call a consolidated draft. That's when we smush everything together. You're going to see it all together in one place for the first time. And we have a separate work session for that. And that is when you get to sort of have a second bite at the apple. So I encourage you, as we go through this process, if there's something that you decided on, but then as you work through the process, you kind of change your mind, that's okay. I would write it down and flag it for the consolidated draft. So that's really when those sort of change of minds or, additional clarifications will be relevant.
And that's in like July or August, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So it's really towards the tail end of the progress once we build out the entire land use code. So as a part of this process and in the timeline, you'll see we have 7 work sessions scheduled and 2 ordinance readings. So that's 9 opportunities for the public to take part of this process. That's 9 opportunities for the council to, again, build this land use code topic by topic. I will say that's a really tight timeline, and that's sort of why we have to keep to that cadence of not going back to a previous topic until that consolidated draft portion of the process. Okay, so that was sort of my brief overview of how we set this up procedurally. I'd like to now sort of go around the horn and understand from each council member what a successful project means to them for this work. And so really what I'm looking for is sort of like a 1 to 2 sentence thesis of, hey, if we got to the adoption draft and our land use code does this, then that would be a successful project to me, or however you might want to frame that. So I was thinking we could kind of just go around and go through that process. Do you care if we start here and
could we put the for the people attending remotely, could we put the view of the council table on?
Austin would have some.
Oh, okay, that's okay then.
Oh, I can do it now, and then I'll share after this. Yeah,
So
no
that way
worries.
people can see that we're talking. And
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
makes it easier to know who's talking.
So Councilmember Elgin, are you comfortable starting?
Sure, but you're gonna have to repeat.
Yeah, so really what I'm looking for is like a 1 to 2 sentence in your own words. What is a successful project for you? And I think this exercise is important when we go through this process because it's helpful to know sort of similarities. Some folks say the same things over and over again. That's helpful for me to know, okay, that's an important one, and we've got some common ground. And then it's also helpful for me to start to identify some of the tension points and where we're gonna have to work really hard to get a middle ground. And it's also helpful because I think it's nice to come at the very end to come back to these statements to see like, do you feel like we got there?
Okay,
Is this the questions that you emailed us?
Correct. I'm
Okay.
kind of going through my.
Okay, I just
email.
did that homework, so I didn't know if we were answering. things.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
so I think how I would identify this as being successful is if we listen to the community. And that we really reflect also on the petition that was submitted in 2023. But that is listening to the residents and particularly those who live here and are homeowners.
Excellent. Thank you.
I believe that's what I sent you in an email.
Yeah.
that We needed to listen to the residents and do small houses or smaller houses.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I said a successful project would primarily protect the private property rights of the property owners. Second, it would increase the feasibility of substantial commercial redevelopment on the commercial corridors. Thirdly, in an effort to help support the commercial redevelopment, establish high to medium density buffer district between the commercial and the inner town. For example, heavy mixed use on the corridor buffered by multifamily zoning throughout 44th, with traditional R2 zoning throughout the rest of the town. We're suffering from an affordability crisis, and the only moral way to decrease unit price is by allowing for higher density and alternative housing options.
Just so I make sure I got them, I'm summarizing.
Yeah.
Private property rights, commercial corridor redevelopment,
Mhm.
transitional district between low density residential and the higher density commercial,
Mhm.
and affordability.
Mhm.
Got it.
I would say, trust and buy-in from the community, transparency, commercial redevelopment and affordable housing and just zoning that works for both the town and the residents.
Okay, sorry, what was the second one? Trust in the community and buy-in,
Um,
affordability,
commercial
commercial
re-
corridor.
Commercial
Okay,
corridor, yeah.
gotcha. Thank you.
And I had a successful project would be that the zoning changes are clear to the public regarding how existing land use code is challenging. And the modernization supports commercial and residential development standards of 2026. While keeping community expectations in mind for the small community feel in the midst of a metropolis.
One sec here. Okay. So I'm hearing clear standards and a clear reason for why we're changing them. Residential and commercial redevelopment that's in line with and in accordance with the traditional development patterns in the town, more or less.
Yeah, with current like modern day,
Okay,
like 2026 expectations for development.
gotcha. Okay. Did I miss anything?
Keeping community in mind.
Okay.
Because we've heard from the residents that the small community feel is like so special to us.
Okay, gotcha.
A successful zoning outcome is one that includes the full community in the process and strengthens the town's long-term financial sustainability by enabling a pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use commercial area that is vibrant, walkable, and provides services to residents' needs while generating stable revenue for the town. In residential areas, success means allowing thoughtful redevelopment that supports greater diversity and appropriate density while protecting neighbors' privacy, light, and quality of life.
Okay, one sec. Okay. See if I got it. One sec. Okay, so I think I'm hearing bringing the community in line and getting full community engagement. Considering financial long-term sustainability of the town, creating a vibrant, walkable, mixed-use corridor that responds to amenities that the residents are seeking. Allowing for residential development that responds to the current character while allowing some thoughtful redevelopment. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the protecting privacy and
Okay.
light in the backyard is,
Okay.
even though that's not what we were initially talking about, it's what came out in the survey.
Right.
And so I think it's important that we take that input seriously.
Excellent. Councilmember Davis.
Well, I would like to keep the residents in the loop to hear what they have to say about things that are going on in town for our rezoning. I think we would be successful if we looked at affordable housing and also keep the commercial corridor on 44th.
Okay.
Not
Okay,
inside town, but on the 44th and Sheridan.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think I'm hearing keeping the residents engaged in the process, promoting affordability in housing, and looking at ways to redevelop the commercial corridor on 44th and Sheridan. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you for going through that exercise with me. I really do think it's an important way for me to understand sort of where we're aligned, where there might be some difficult conversations coming up, and how we're going to find that middle ground. But I also think it's helpful when we go throughout the process, just to see, like, for every decision you're making, does this actually line up with what a successful project means to me? So I think it's important to keep in mind both ways. Okay. So I want to talk about two land use topics before we get into the meat here. And I fully realize this entire process, you're going to feel like you're drinking out of a fire hydrant for sure, right? You're going to learn a bunch of new stuff, and then you're going to be asked to apply it right away. I know that's going to be challenging. It's challenging everywhere. I'm going to do my best to put it in little bite-sized packages for all of you and try to explain the complex topics at the front end and then allow you to apply it later in that process. So two that I want you to be aware of now is generally how you rezone. So there's two ways you can rezone. You can either rezone through what's called a quasi-judicial process. That's going to be your more traditional type of rezoning. That's when the property owner themselves is bringing an application and saying, I'm currently, for instance, R2, and I want to be R3. So the property owner themselves is asking the town to apply a different zoning on their property. That's called a quasi-judicial rezoning. It's pretty traditional. The second type of rezoning is called a legislative rezoning. That's when the town is the one bringing a rezoning application on behalf of a property owner, or typically a full swath of land. So when that happens, typically is through processes like these. It's when, for instance, you look at your zoning and think there's might be a district missing. So we've got to first create it, and then we've got to decide whether we're going to apply it to any land. And so that's where that decision comes in at. I want to be clear, this process in itself, while it might touch on that, isn't going to in itself create a legislative rezoning. In other words, if the town desires to actually apply any new districts to any places in the town, it would have to do that through a separate process, which is called a legislative rezoning, but something to keep in mind throughout this process, and we'll come back to it today. The second topic is what's called nonconformities, and this will come out throughout the process. So a nonconformity is created when the rules change on a property. So a use, structure, anything else in your code, any other standard, it moves from conforming today in compliance with the regulations to then the rules change on the property owner and they're no longer in conformance because of the rule change. And so when that happens, that property is now called a legal nonconformity, meaning they were legally established when the rule was initially applied to them. Then the rule changed and now they're no longer conforming. But because they came in legally, they get to typically exist as they did when they were legally created. So it's called a legal nonconformity. Typically, I will say, when you go throughout this process, I try to be really intentional about creating as few of those as possible for a whole lot of reasons, which we can get into. And the only way you can do that, the only way you can reduce legal nonconformities in a title or a complete title rewrite like this one is you have to make the standards more permissive. If they're more permissive, you get to do more on your property. Then you're not creating any nonconformities. Everyone's still in compliance and you just have more things you're able to do. When you do the reverse, I would just say that we need to be cognizant of that because it will be very difficult for those properties to ever change their property. In other words, if you're creating a legal nonconformity and applying it to a big swath of properties, those properties many times are disincentivized from doing anything with their property because they can't increase the degree of their nonconformity. So we'll come back to that throughout this process, but something to keep in mind. And maybe one quick example just to try to illustrate that a little bit better. So say for instance today, again, this is an example, it's actually not true. But say for instance today in your zoning code, you are allowed single family dwellings in every single district in the town. Say that would be the case. And then the council said, you know what, we're getting a bunch of this redevelopment where commercial areas are being changed into residential single family homes. And that's taking away our sales tax. We don't want that anymore. So the council could do that and say, you know what, we're not going to allow these single family dwellings in this district anymore. And all the ones that exist today are going to be considered legal non-conforming, meaning essentially they're stuck in time. They can't really do anything with that property unless they decide to come into conformance. Just to illustrate that. Okay, so those are my two big topics before we jump in. So now we're going to go into our tutorial of the code. And so I will quickly note this, the code I'm giving you in your packet isn't going to have the same functionality as mine. You'll get the one with higher functionality in the consolidated, but all of the hyperlinks just kind of come out by us putting it in the packet. So just to know that. But it will have a lot more user-friendly kind of features that we don't have now. So there's going to be a lot of hyperlinks to jump to a section. And there's going to be a complete reorganization. And generally how the organization is going to work is that we're going to think about it as a developer. We're going to think about it as someone who is coming into a new property and they're asking the question, what can I do on this land? What's allowed now? And what is allowed in the future, and how do I get that approved? And so the first question you're going to ask is, well, what zoning district is it in? Because I know that's going to tailor every single standard in the town. You're going to get that question first, and we're going to answer it today. Then you're going to go to what uses are permitted. And we're going to get to that question in the next work session. For instance, in my single family dwelling example, maybe the developer wants to build a single family dwelling home. They want to know where is that allowed? So they're going to go to the uses. Then you're going to answer the question of how does it have to be built? What are the dimensional and development standards attached to it? In other words, how does it have to look? Where can I put it on the lot? What kind of materials can I use? Where does the sidewalk go? What kind of parking is required? We're going to get to that in about 2 work sessions, and that's development or dimensional and development standards. And then we're going to finish with, and how do you approve it? I know what I want to do now. I know what the requirements are. How does it get approved? And that's going to be answered in our review procedures. And then lastly, definitions. I will say the 2 bookends, Articles 1 and 6, the general provisions and the definitions. I included the general provisions in the packet today. That is the draft I would propose to put forward. I didn't anticipate on spending much time with it, but if you have questions, please review every single thing I'm sending and send me all your questions and bring them up at the table. So all that to say is we're not going to be able to cover every single word in these hour work sessions. And so please do review everything I'm sending to you. If you have questions, please bring them up and we will cover them in the work sessions.
since so many of us expressed a need, I mean, I think every single one of us expressed a desire to listen to the community. Where are we putting that part? How does that fit in?
Yeah, so we had just talked about how I would propose it is we put them at the very end of the work session. And so allow the community to get the benefit of the entire discussion, allow the community to get the benefit of council's initial decisions, and then have them come in and say, we disagree, or we agree, or whatever it is.
Mhm.
So that's how I propose it.
Thanks.
So it would be the bookend. So I'm going to say the last sort of like 10 to 12 minutes of each work session for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Okay, so with that, we're going to jump into the meat. So again, if you were looking at the code today, you're buying this property, you're wondering, what can I do on this property? The first question you're going to ask is, well, what zoning district is it in? And so you go to that link and it'll bring you to this section. This is literally all the section will read, at least as currently drafted. So again, a big part of this process is taking pages and pages of text and consolidating it and simplifying the language. And so we're taking a code that's a couple hundred pages. I'm hoping we get to a code of under 100 pages. That's part of the goal. And so this is in the entirety of the zoning districts chapter as proposed. But I'm not going to focus on this. I'm actually going to focus on the table. I think that's a bit of an easier way to see the changes that were proposed. Just one second.
No, oh no, I gave my old computer to a community member, and every time I'm in here, is that what you're saying? This is my name?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I gave my old computer to someone in town, and then I am like, oh, I need to change my name on Zoom, but I always forget until I see it again.
Okay, so this table summarizes the proposed changes that I put forward based off what I knew council's previous direction to be. But again, all of this is, I want you to have something to react to. And your reaction could be, you got it totally wrong. Start over. That's okay. Say that. That's important. I have to give you a draft to respond to so that we move forward and don't go in circles. So again, that's how it's proposed. So you'll see your current zoning districts here. You've got 3 plus a planned development district. So you've really got the R2, R3. Don't ask me why there's not an R1. I'm not sure. And then you've got C1. So what I am proposing here to summarize it is to combine those R2 and R3 into a new low density residential district, which we call R1. And then I propose adding a new district called the mixed use neighborhood district. That would be a transition between that low density residential core and the commercial corridor. So it would be those areas right next to it. And I'll show you just in a moment what that would look like. Third, I propose just renaming the C1 district into a mixed use corridor district. And so really what's happening there is just sort of modernizing the name and allowing for commercial uses on the bottom, but residential up top, which isn't currently permitted. And then lastly, I propose that I get rid of your planned development district. You don't have any land zoned in PD. Just to let you know what a PD is. A PD is asking for new zoning. And so it's basically saying, hey, we don't think you got your regulations right. We're going to propose our own and see if you'll accept them. In my opinion, what that shows is that you didn't do a great job with your land use code. It means that the market is responding in a way that either isn't permitted in the town or that council doesn't want. And so either developers trying to get something that council's decided they don't want, or they're trying to respond to a market demand that wasn't perceived. Either way, I don't see it as necessarily a useful district for the town, so I propose to remove it. Okay, and now I want to bring up, I've got to stop and I promise I'm almost done talking. We're going to get to the questions here in a moment. Okay, I want to bring up your current zoning map. So here you can see you got 2 parcels currently in R3. And then you've got this stretch of C1 all along your commercial corridor, with the exception of a couple properties here on Sheridan, which are still in R2. So you can see the vast majority of the town is in that R2. It's in that low density residential district. And so again, what the table before would do is would combine that yellow and orange. It's a little bit laggy here. That yellow and orange so that it's all one zoning district. It's all low density. But think back to that earlier concept about nonconformities. And so my recommendation to council is only do that if you're ready to upzone the town. And what I mean by that is only do that, only combine these zoning districts if you're ready to allow duplexes, triplexes, and multifamily dwelling uses in all of that area. If you're not, that's okay, but I wouldn't combine those districts. So that's
Can I
the
just make a
question there.
comment?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but those are getting built with single family homes on them.
Okay, so
I
that-
don't think that that's even something that we need to be talking about.
That's a great point then. So basically what council, thank you for, I know
You're
that.
welcome. I know, I didn't
Thank
figure
you.
you did, so.
Thank you for bringing that up, because
Yep.
basically what that means is that you could combine the districts, you could keep it low density without allowing multifamily dwellings, duplexes, triplexes, whatever. And again, we're going to get to that in the next work session. You don't have to decide that now. But I think that's a really important part, is that you wouldn't create nonconformities because they've already chosen to go with uses that are permitted in your lowest density residential district. So that's a very good point.
Does that mean if you had somebody buy up a couple of single family houses, knock them down, you'd also allow them to build like a triplex if you did this?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to
Yep.
clarify.
And we'll get to those standards later. There's a bunch of ways that we're going to address that for sure. I know that's big on council's mind, and I'm going to propose a bunch of different solutions, a grab bag that council can pick and choose from. But in theory, yes. In practice, maybe not, because when we get to the development standards, you might decide to say, you know, we don't want to create a historic district, but we want to really control demolition permits. And we're only going to allow demolition now if it meets certain standards. So we're going to get to that in a future conversation, along with a bunch of other tools at council's disposal. But I think that's a really important point, that really these districts aren't serving a different purpose right now, the R2 and R3.
There is a school
There's
on
a
one.
school
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
But it's built, I mean, I'm saying like it's not.
It's a private school.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
daycare.
Which probably won't make too much of a difference in practice if you allow that by use still. Probably still not going to get too many additional schools in the town.
Right.
And so you could probably keep that as legal conforming and combine the districts. Okay, I am almost done. So the first question for council is going to be, do you want to combine those R2 and R3 districts? The second question for council is, do you want to create a new mixed-use neighborhood district? And what I'm talking about in mixed-use neighborhood is if we're going for really low density in all of that, you know, light yellow, most of the town, and then we're going for pretty high intensity commercial, you might want to consider a transition there where over time, folks on all of these sort of transitional properties in between your current C1 residential might choose themselves to rezone into that transitional. So essentially, when you're walking down the street, it might go from very low density single family slowly up to a bigger commercial structure that has sort of a mix of commercial on the ground and residential up top. That would be the purpose of the mixed use transitional district or mixed use neighborhood district. And maybe you don't care about that, and that's okay. What you'll go from is potentially, you know, a small single family home here to a large commercial development here. Again, something for council to consider. So that's your second question that we'll come around to, is do you want to create that new mixed use neighborhood district? And then your third question is, do you want to it's really mostly a renaming and then repurposing of your current C1 to take it from a traditional kind of strip mall corridor or commercial district into a more modern mixed use district where you're allowing commercial uses on the bottom and residential up top. So those are my three questions. I'd love if we can go around the horn. I think maybe we'll take one at a time and just do the yes, no's that way. I mean, if you have questions, concerns, good time to bring them up as well.
Okay, I do have questions. We're sharing because of space, so.
Oh, no worries.
Can you explain to me what the differences between the yellow and the gold? Why is that R2 and why is that R3?
I don't know the history of why this became R3 or why you even created an R3 district.
And do we know when that was created?
I don't. I mean, your zoning code hasn't been looked at for several decades.
Okay.
It's likely because it used to be a real Jefferson County school. And so there
it's
was
sort of legacy zoning,
Yeah.
and I just did like a quick filler on the zoning code.
Okay, so that whole large section used to be the school. Is that correct?
I don't know that. I just know that a school is
Okay.
in there and it used to be a real school.
So identify for me the other small gold parcel.
This one?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
understand why that is separate from the other properties that are surrounding it.
I'm not sure either. And I had the same questions when I went about this process. And that's why, to me, when I'm looking at zoning districts, and I encourage council to think the same, of looking at the purposes and looking at, is there something missing here? Is there a purpose not created here? And that's when I looked at it and thought maybe a transitional district, that could be a purpose that might be missing. Or are these districts already serving the same purpose? And if so, does it make sense to combine them? And so when I looked at them, I saw R2 and R3 and thought they seem to be fulfilling the same purpose.
And what's the criteria for determining that they're serving the same?
In my mind, it means that they have pretty much the same uses allowed.
Okay.
And they do, with the exception of multifamily right now. But I think what we're hearing is that there isn't multifamily there. So even if you combine them and decided, for instance, in the next work session, we don't want multifamily there, you could do that and not create a legal nonconformity.
Okay. And then my other question would be around the commercial in the pink area.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a gentleman who owns most of the properties on that commercial space, the buildings, right? How do we as a council decide if we want that to be a commercial and residential? How do we approach that property owner that that's something that we want to do and that they would buy into that? They may not want to.
You're
buy into
absolutely
that.
right.
And then how do we go about that legally?
It's a great question. And I think the first answer is you got to change the rules to what you want to see. If you change the rules to what you want to see, and then see if the market thinks it's possible, if you change the rules to mixed use corridor and put a bunch of standards on it, but nothing happens for 5 years, probably have a good answer that the market's saying it's not possible.
Okay.
So it's a bit of test and try and wait and see. But my recommendation is create your dream town, create it in this process.
Okay. Just because I do recall a comment from Fairfield and Woods that said we do not have a viable commercial district.
I think that they were talking about the C1 and they were
Okay.
looking at your permitted uses. And I 100% agree that what you allow now, the market doesn't want. What you allow now is auto type uses for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
The market's kind of moved away from that from a large part.
Okay, I believe you're talking about, I know personally that they, people who own the commercial area on 44th did reach out to an architect, had plans built or drawn for a multi-use, brought it, and it got shot down. So I know that they're very open to wanting to do that.
Yeah, you literally couldn't do it today.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm circling back to you
Okay, thank
for the
you.
first question.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first question is, and I'll bring the table back up. Do you want to combine the R2 and R3 districts?
I don't see, yes. I would
Okay.
say yes.
Excellent. Councilor Randolph?
I said yes.
Yes,
In my
okay.
email, I believe too.
I said yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes, as long as it's more of the R1, current R1, I think.
current R2.
Your current R2.
Yeah, yeah.
So goofy, we didn't.
I know, I
call
know.
it R1.
I would have loved to know. I would have loved to have been in the room. Doc or Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
I concur.
Excellent. Thank you. Very helpful. Okay, so the next question, I can start somewhere new. Do you want to create a mixed-use neighborhood district? And again, so if you created this, there would be no property zoned it, right? It would have to go through a rezoning process. That's not what we're doing here. We're just doing a text amendment. But do you want to create it to allow for maybe one day a transition between the residential and commercial corridors?
Yes, it's future proofing.
Okay.
Yes.
Very much so.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, and the last question I have is, do you want to modernize the C1 district into a mixed-use corridor district that allows for a mix of medium intensity mixed uses? So both residential and commercial, ideally or likely creating a standard that requires commercial to be on the bottom. So I'm going to start somewhere new, actually. Sorry, just so I can. Councilor Bailey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that what we see on Tennyson?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I do, but I don't like the size and how it has pushed out the smaller houses
Well, the mom and pop,
are gone.
yeah.
It's pushed them out.
So yes, but definitely standards in place.
Yeah.
We'll start to get to that in the next session.
Yes, thank you for that.
Councilor Davis?
Yes, but with standards.
Okay.
Yes, with standards.
Okay.
I had to go back around.
Okay.
There's more to it. but-
Yeah.
Well, excellent. So those are the main questions I had for you all today. I will just caution, this is going to be the easiest one probably. We're going to get into some meaty conversations at the next meeting really quickly, right? And I'm again going to sort of ask in the same kind of way I did here today to make these decisions hopefully informed, hopefully ask your questions first. And let's make sure we're on the same page, but then to make the decision so we can keep going through this process on that cadence. With that said, that's all I had. Do we want to see about public comment, or is there any other questions or?
Will you be emailing the questions in advance like you did
Yeah,
last time?
so I'll be doing the same cadence every time. I'm not going to include like the deluge of informational stuff in the packet every time. So we included that just so you had it in one place. Going forward, what you're going to get is sort of like a summary. And I'm going to give you that email every time. So I'm going to try really hard not to sort of blindside you. I want you to be able to know exactly the questions I'm going to ask and on exactly what parameters. But always, always bring whatever you have. Whatever you have. Like if you feel like I missed something, I got it totally wrong, whatever it is, bring it. If I didn't ask the question you wanted asked of the council, bring it.
Do other council members have questions before we move to community members?
Thank you. I really enjoyed it.
I have a quick question. And
Oh,
Councilmember Davis as well, please let us know if you have a question for Austin before we move to community members. Is there any part of the Fairfield and Woods final report that is informing this workshop and your questions?
Yeah, so that's the transitional district and the commercial corridor. So they recommended both. They didn't actually have the transitional district as a separate district. They wanted to create standards within your R1, but because it really only applies to, you know, probably in around 30 parcels in total, I don't think it makes sense to me to apply those rules to the other 100-ish parcels. And so that's why I've read the recommendations. I'll definitely be sort of sprinkling them in, but maybe with my own sort of twist.
Right.
And obviously, you guys can tell me I'm wrong at any point.
It might be helpful since we know that community members have read that report
Yeah.
and really worked to understand the impact, and it might be helpful to kind of flag where there are things that you're taking from that report.
Sure, yeah.
And suggesting that we.
Yeah, I can do that.
I think it'd also be helpful if you're gonna add your twist to it, just to highlight that, just for our awareness as well.
Yeah, totally. I would do my best to flag that in my presentation.
And have we all read the report so that we can come to the table with that same knowledge and help with that?
And it is in the packet today too, so you can access it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And I think honestly, it's going to become most relevant when we get to development standards. Yeah. So just kind of expect it to get juicier and juicier with each workshop, but we'll get through it.
One of the things you asked at the beginning was what does a successful result look like? And I think when we were planning this project, you said something that I thought was really valuable. I think everybody else heard it as well, where it was, in a way, we can't expect to get to the end result and everybody love every part of it.
Yeah. And I didn't hear that from anyone, which is great. Because when I do hear that, when I hear folks saying like, I need it to be this, or I'm not going to say it's successful, kind of setting yourself up for failure. Because really, in reality, you're going to have 6 different ideas about how to get there. We're going to mash them all together and hopefully get one that reflects the community and acting through the council as best as possible. And I think I heard a lot of that in the statements today. So I was excited actually to hear sort of the way the council put together.
Yeah, do we want, is there anybody from in the room that would, this is a little bit less of a formal process because it's a workshop.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in the room who's attending as a member of the public who would like to share their thoughts? Catherine Cole?
I appreciate the clarity that Attorney Flanagan and the board members, the clarity and thoughtfulness that they have brought so far to this. It's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if people online couldn't hear, just to make sure, she said she appreciated the clarity and the thoughtfulness of the workshop. Thank you. Any other comments from people in the room? And then we'll go to people online. Okay, thank you for being here tonight. Is there anybody who'd like to talk to the workshop who's attending remotely? If you could put your hand up. And the clerk, oh, it looks like we have a council member as well who wants to speak. Councilmember Davis?
So as I understand it, we're approving commercial on the bottom and residential on top.
It sounds like that's the direction council wants to go, but you're not doing that today. But what you've done today is set yourself up for a framework to allow for that, correct? And we'll have that conversation in more detail.
Is that because we've had some indication from investors that they would like to do that?
Honestly, it's the way the market has pushed for quite some time, doing these projects sort of all over the nation at my last firm and then all over the state at my current firm. I will tell you, sort of mixed use projects have become sort of the staple, I would say, for most new modern development around urban centers.
The property owners that have the property under their I don't know, ownership, are they into this?
Well, I very much hope they come to these work sessions, and if you know them, please tell them to come along. Because I think that's the only way we can really know is that.
Has anybody reached out to ask them?
I have spoken with some of the commercial or some of the property owners who would be impacted by this, but I have not heard from them recently.
So how do we know that this might be a viable project we want to take on?
Are you talking about this this whole code project?
Yeah.
So I think the PowerPoint in the packet is helpful to illustrate how we got here. It lays out, I think, the several council meetings, like a half dozen or so, where this kind of continued to be an issue. And then it really came to a head when we got the moratorium or a request for a moratorium on residential redevelopment. And that sort of, I think, speed tracked the importance of this process, which of course is going to be a cornerstone of the process as well. So it's not just thinking about those commercial corridors, it's also thinking about all the other areas in the town.
Okay.
And like you had said earlier, like it's sort of a process of trial and error.
Yeah.
We open it up and then we see what the market wants. And there's also another grant after this that that Ms. Campfield's working on that allows for some evaluation of the spaces that makes it even easier for commercial development.
And I think if you need to understand what the market's doing, definitely look around your neighbors and look around at their zoning codes. And really, you don't even have to look at what their zoning codes say. Look at when they were updated last. And then you get a pretty good sense of whether it was updated for the market recently or not.
One of the things that I keep thinking about is how important it is to retain our sense of small town in our residential areas.
Right.
And we've heard that repeatedly from people at the table and from community members. And so the only way to create customers for businesses that are gonna be on 44th and creating revenue streams for the town is to create more potential for residents to live in town on those districts, on the commercial district. So that's why having that mixed use might be additionally helpful. Does that make sense?
I have a question. There are 30 residents that would be impacted, 30 homes that would be impacted by the change,
By what change?
by the rezoning of the commercial and residential,
Oh,
right? There's 30.
are you talking about just the commercial quarter, just
Yeah.
that C2? Yeah.
Yeah, there are
Mhm.
30.
Okay.
And so, I think it would be, in our best interest to really focus on actively recruiting them to attend.
Yeah.
As opposed to just putting, that we're having a workshop on our website or that we're,
Totally. I agree with you.
How would we go about a targeted engagement like that?
I think Ms. Campfield and I could work together to reach out to those property owners and write them a letter and let them know. And I have a few contacts myself, just directly, that I could reach out and make sure that they understand this is happening.
I think we might have a public.
Yeah,
I asked them to join as a panelist and they've declined.
if you're attending remotely and you want to make a public comment at this time about this workshop, the clerk will ask you to accept being a panelist, and then if you accept that, you can speak. Okay, you can turn on your camera and she'll allow you to speak. It looks like you're muted. Just 1 minute.
Hello?
Okay, yes, Carl
Okay.
Mitchell.
Yeah, Carl Mitchum at 5461 West 41st Avenue. Very interesting discussion. I appreciate being able to sit in remotely. My question concerns the zoning on Sheridan. Because there, there's some places that are zoned for family dwellings on Sheridan, but I think more than half of it is zoned commercial, right? And Sheridan is scheduled for enlargement. I mean, there's supposed to be development on Sheridan's supposed to undergo development in the foreseeable future. Is that being taken into account? And do the people want to maintain residences facing on Sheridan? I wouldn't think anybody would want to live on, a big street like that facing Sheridan. So what happens to those? And are you taking into account the scheduled development of Sheridan?
So as far as what, or can
Please.
as far as what happens to those properties that are currently in a residential zoning district along a commercial corridor, nothing happens. Nothing happens until they either choose to rezone or the town choose to rezone them, but that's not this process. We can definitely undergo that process after we finish this one, but nothing would happen immediately through this process for those properties. Again, unless those property owners chose themselves to bring a rezoning application and the town considered it.
It seems to me another example of what it'd be good to reach out to the people who own that property. They might really want it to be rezoned as commercial. I mean, that might increase the value of their property considerably.
Right.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other people attending remotely who would like to make a comment at this time? If so, you could raise your hand and the clerk will invite you to be a panelist and you accept that. And then you turn on your camera. Okay. Thank you for attending the, oh, we've got one person.
Hey there. Brent Metz, 434 Fenton Street. Really appreciate all the conversation. The one thing to consider when you're working through this is the water table issues in town. That's a substantial factor for anybody that's going to come into town. So the water level at 44th is nearly surface level, which really restricts the ability to do anything subterranean. So most of the time with these mixed use, they have subterranean parking, they have subterranean support facilities, basement storage, stuff like that, which creates a more surface requirement, I guess, which really impacts the commercial viability of a main floor commercial storefront, I guess. That's going to push out into these districts a little bit more for surface parking, or you're going to have to look at an elevated parking structure, which is extremely expensive. Or you can do pumping, you can do various different things, but all of those substantially and exponentially increase the cost of development. So just please consider that when you're working through this commercial corridor redevelopment discussion.
Thank you for your input. Last call for any other people attending remotely who would like to make a comment on the workshop. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and thank you, Austin, for all your hard work on this project. That was very, very well laid out, presented.
Oh, good. Thank you, guys. I'm excited to get going. So you'll hear from me in about a month. And we'll jump into these. So you got me
So yeah, we'll go ahead and move to the next item on our agenda. And we're gonna, Sam Light is here. Nice to see you. We move you over here where Austin was sitting for your presentation, and Austin's gonna take the seat. Okay. Austin,
We're not starting till 6:30 though, correct?
yeah, we should probably take a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
That's right. That's a good point. Okay, so it's 6:24. We'll come back at 6:30. We'll recess for now and come back at 6:30. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. I am very happy to welcome Mr. Sam Light from CIRSA to our meeting tonight. Thank you for joining us. You have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. Good to see you all. Thanks everyone for having me out to visit you in Mountain View. So I heard one person say they've seen my presentation a couple of times. But I mix it up a little bit, and we have some nice faces that I've recognized, and then some new faces. We have a couple new members of council, is that right? One or two?
And the guy on.
I'm the guy.
And the guy there, all right, okay. Sorry if you're looking at the back of my head there, but congratulations to you all. So my name's Sam Light. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel for an organization called CIRSA, which is an acronym for the Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency, which is kind of a mouthful, which is why we call it CIRSA. Okay, so we're the town's insurance provider for property and casualty insurance coverage. So that means kind of the bread and butter work that we do is we get your insurance coverages in place. We provide that coverage on everything from this building to your vehicles, to your equipment, and then the more esoteric types of insurance that municipalities have as well. We provide, for example, liability insurance against tort claims against the town. So for example, if someone, it's never going to snow again, but if somebody slips and falls on the walkway leading into the town hall and somehow they think you were negligent for that and they bring a claim, we defend those kind of claims. And then we provide other types of liability coverage for public entities such as law enforcement, liability coverage for the police officers, and perhaps of interest to you all as elected officials, we also provide the public officials liability coverage that covers you for acts or omissions as council members. So that's the bread and butter that we do. But the other thing we do at CIRSA is we provide a lot of training to our elected and appointed officials, and it kind of all stems from this underlying philosophy. So CIRSA is not a commercial insurance company. We are a public entity self-insurance pool. We were formed under Colorado law back in the 1980s. And our only insurance, our only book of business is insuring Colorado cities and towns and affiliated entities. To give you a sense of our size, we insure 295 entities. That's about 90% of the municipalities in the state of Colorado. So it's almost all small, almost all the small to mid, and almost all the mid to large, but it's not the really large ones like the Denvers or the Auroras of the world. So the way it influences our philosophy is with regard to risk management. We think that we share with our members a commitment to proactively manage risk, right? yes, we take care of the claims and all that kind of stuff, but in the words of our claims manager, who's trying to work himself out of a job, because his philosophy is the best claim is the claim that never happens, right? So just as you locally, right, are working as the elected governing body of this corporate entity, working to do the right thing to protect the interests and assets of the town, we aggregate that up on behalf of all of our members. And the way we do that in terms of servicing our members is provide training at all levels of the organization. And we do it for elected officials like we're doing this evening. We do it for appointed officials. If you have a planning commission, we have to come out and do a training for them. We provide law enforcement, all sorts of law enforcement resources. These are all there to use as much as little as you would like to use, but we encourage folks to use them because a lot of these services are free to our members, right? They're just part of being a member of CIRSA. So to give you a little bit more of a sense of what CIRSA does, one of the handouts is CIRSA at a glance, and you can learn more about us at www.cirsa.org. The other handouts I gave you is one about electronic communications that we're going to talk about in a little bit, and then a copy of the PowerPoint slides, which are my presentation material, but we have a small informal setting here. Okay, and I'm happy to take questions as I go through the material. I want to make our time together as useful for you as possible. Okay, but the main topics that I'm going to touch on is we're going to talk about the fiduciary role of being an elected official, what that means. For the folks who've heard me before or who've been on the board for a while, it may sound familiar, but I think for everyone, you know, tonight's presentation training opportunity is kind of an opportunity to exercise that muscle a little bit, right, around good governance, best practices as elected officials. Though I am an attorney, most of my suggestions are in terms of suggestions for success, right, that will help you, I hope, do your job effectively and help you manage risk. We'll talk about the fiduciary role. We'll talk about some transparency issues, mostly the open meetings law. Talk about organizational structure, liability, right, and personal conduct as well. We'll talk about meetings and board staff relations a little bit. So my two disclaimers, now you've heard these a couple times, right? And others have. Two disclaimers, though I am an attorney, this is not an attorney-client discussion. So feel free to ask me questions, right? But if your question has my radar going off, because I've done this kind of work for a long time, if my radar is going off telling me that seems to be the live burning question of the day for your town attorney, then I'm going to let you know that, okay? Now, if you need legal advice in the here and now, that's for your town attorney. And actually, as a risk management perspective, you want to rely upon the advice of your town council. Same thing as if it's in the hands of your executive or administrative staff and support, then the same thing. I can sense that. My radar will spot that too. Okay. So no, I am an attorney. It's not attorney client advice, and I do have a good radar for the live one. So but with that, let's dive in. So I want to let's go to the next slide. Thank you very much. You've been a good mind reader when we're going to move to the next slide. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I put this slide up before. I put it up most of my trainings, even if I'm coming back from a previous visit. I think we last met in April of last year. We've had an election since then. But I think this slide means different things at different times, depending on where we're at. So I think it's why it's important to take a look at it, right? So for the new folks in particular, but for everybody, do you appreciate the notion that when we become an elected official, right, our role and relationship to the community changes?
Yes.
Pretty dramatically. We agree with that? Yeah, you know, Joe, no longer just a citizen of Mountain View, right? And I'm here to tell you from a certain perspective, that's a 24/7 job, right? Please have a personal life, please enjoy it, but in your eyes of your constituents, your citizens, people you take your counsel from, it doesn't matter what the setting is. They're always going to perceive you to be an elected official of the town of Mountain View, a representative, right, of the town council, and a representative of the town, right? Fair or unfair, that's just the truth of it, right? And you know, as they should, as elected officials, your conduct, your words, your deeds matter, right? They leave an impression, they have an impact. You definitely have an impact when you're in this room making decisions that affect people's lives and livelihoods or property, right? So keep that in mind, because it's going to pop up. You know, for the new folks, have you experienced it yet? But you'll be at some, you know, doing something on the weekend with your family here in town at some event or at the market, and somebody will see you over there and go, oh, there's one of our elected officials. I need to go talk to them about town business. And you thought you were just there with your family on a personal errand. Was the hat ever off?
No.
Then it came off. Never came off, right? Okay. Remember also that you're no longer outsiders in town government. You're now the insiders. And it has this important risk management dynamic. As the insiders, the rules stick to us, right? You've got hundreds of pages of ordinances. You've got a city charter. You probably have some council adopted rules and policies. It doesn't matter that we may not like those rules or didn't have a hand in drafting them. No one member of the governing body has the right to say, well, I don't like that rule, or I didn't have a hand in drafting it. I'm not going to follow it. It can be a significant risk issue. Now, if it's don't kill the messenger here. Some rules you can't change. State statute. Okay. Right. So whether we like them or not, or we got to follow them. If there are some, being home rules kind of nice because you get a little more freedom to write your own rules in matters of local concern, but there's still plenty of state statutes that apply to us as home rule municipalities. So we have to follow those. If it is a rule that you as the legislative body adopted, or you as the council adopted as your own policy and procedure, well then yes, if we don't like the rule, we can change it, but we can't throw it out the window, on a case-by-case basis because we don't like it. We can always work to change the rule, but how do we do that? At least by majority, right? So we have to be careful of that. All right. Recognize also it's all public entities, right? We're public-facing organizations. Part of the job, I think, particularly for the elected officials, but for everyone, is to be a good representative and ambassador of the organization. You're at the highest level of the corporate structure. You're the corporate governing body. Right, in the private sector analogy, it's board of directors. We just happen to call it, right, town council. In the legal sense, you're fiduciaries, right? And the way I would define that from an attorney's perspective is the fiduciary obligation is the obligation under law to put the interest of the entity that we serve as a fiduciary, i.e. the town of Mountain View as a corporate entity, to put its interest and the public interest above all other interests. That requires that we put it above our own personal interests. Sometimes it's going to ask us that we put it above the interest of the small but vocal minority. So how many residents are we up to? That's our
550.
550? Okay, 550, not our smallest member, right? But even when this room, look around, even when this room is packed, right, there's still a small minority of the constituents, citizens that you represent, right? So sometimes it's going to be difficult. You might have on the agenda an issue where emotions are running high and everybody's passionate about the issue, no doubt about it. We all are, and citizens are as well. Everybody's having that conversation. But if the conversation's going on, and maybe, during public comment, what happens is the dynamic is somebody stands up and says, council, you've got to do this right now. And they're passionate about it. But the next person stands up and says, council, don't do that. You got to do the exact opposite, right? So in that situation, you want to, fall back on what's my fiduciary obligation to this entity. Yeah, it might be frustrating to the citizen that wants you to do this or that, but if you got to step back and say, okay, we as a council, our responsibility is to do, particularly on policy making, is to make decisions that hopefully serve the best interests of the town and hopefully stand the test of time. Right? Those kind of concepts sometimes can get lost in the heat of a tough conversation, right? So one good risk management tool in that regard is to make sure as the corporate governing body that you take the time you need, right? And have the information that you need to help you make good decisions. Okay. So in the heat of one of those moments, if you're feeling like, well, look, we as a council, it's on the agenda, it's a good idea. We'd like to, but we as a council have not yet had the opportunity to hash out all of our views on this issue and have a good deliberation, right? So if you feel like you need more time to do that, there's nothing wrong with continuing it to the next meeting and having a deliberation at the next meeting, right? Or if you feel like you don't, maybe the citizen during the public comments stood up and said, well, you got to do this and you got to do it tonight. And you're thinking, well, this is the first time I've heard of this issue, right? Maybe we need some input from our staff about what are our resources, what are our priorities. May need to ask Austin some questions. Do we even have legal authority to get involved in this issue, right? So it's not a lot of the claims that we get, but we do get one of the things that we do defend is if it's a covered claim under your insurance policy, then we will defend decisions made by governing bodies. It usually crops up when somebody files a claim that says, hey, that ordinance or that land use decision or that policy you adopted somehow is constitutionally impermissible, right? Not a lot of our claims, but sometimes those claims in retrospect, this 2020 hindsight is always so good, right? But in retrospect, it feels like those decisions were taken in haste or taken on less than good information, right? So as the governing body, it's your prerogative. You feel like, hey, we need a little more time. We need a little more discussion amongst us at an open meeting. We need a little more information to the staff, and that's going to help you serve that fiduciary interest. I know your home rule. I think you have some of your own ethics rules, but you're also subject to portions of the state ethics code, and the quote about fiduciary responsibility, it's on the bottom of that slide, comes out of the state statute. Okay. So staying with that theme, remember that among the organizational structure, you're the corporate body, board. At the 40,000 foot level, the job of the council and its members is to resource and empower the organization and set the guidelines by which the organization operates, right? The ballot doesn't require you to be the HR manager or the super police chief or the super manager or the super finance director. It requires you to be the governing body, working collectively and collaboratively to get the work done that only the governing bodies can do. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute, but in terms of policy making, as I mentioned earlier, one of the guiding principles ought to be what's the right thing to do for the town. Fiduciary responsibility probably asks us to keep a couple other attributes in mind: recognition of the broader public interest, the ability to place the town's interest above the other types of interest that I mentioned, and a commitment to consider matters on their merits alone, and the merits being, right, the town interest when it comes to policy making, or if you make, do you as a council, you sometimes make land use decisions, some licensing decisions. I think what you were just doing in your workshop was probably land use policy making, right? Somewhere down the road, you're going to take those policies, update your development code by ordinance, then you're going to start applying those rules, right? So when you make a policy, merits alone is what's the best interest for the town as a whole, right? And then down the road, when you're applying those rules to individual properties, merits means what are the criteria and standards that apply to this decision? It's not a freewheeling, anything goes, vote yes or no because I do or don't like a project. It's what are the standards by which we must judge this application, right? So that's what we mean when we say merits. Let's go to the next slide. Last thing on this piece, if you think about fiduciaries, we attorneys know about it, but the doctors, accountants, all sorts of other professions are charged with a fiduciary responsibility, but elected officials are as well. Under law, we are fiduciaries. So if you think about some of the other attributes that attach to a fiduciary relationship, what are they, right? A duty of care, well, taking care of the interest and assets of the attorneys would say, interest and assets of the client. For you, it's interest and assets of the corporate entity that we're charged with serving. Duty of impartiality, that means being fair in the application of your rules, right? Being unbiased when you're making decisions on licenses or land use applications. Duty of accountability. I think some of what attaches to that is probably a lot of the transparency laws that surround public service. Duty of loyalty, I don't mean political loyalty there. I mean loyalty to the interests of the corporate entity, right? Do you think also, maybe this one doesn't flow as quickly, but I think it attaches to service in the public realm, the duty to preserve public trust in government, right? To work together as a council. Sometimes you're going to work together and it's going to end up being we work together and it was a 4-3 vote. And other times we work together and it was a 7-0 vote. That's fine, but we're working collaboratively, collectively, right? To build faith and trust in the town and in the town council. So we remember that when we get elected or appointed, right, that part of what we're asked to do is contribute our own voice to the work of the council, but ultimately we're working towards what? Yeah, it's right. It's not 7 councils of 1, it's 1 council of 7. So the old saw, right, as you've probably heard this before, and I probably mentioned last year, deliberate with many voices, but you're working to speak with one voice, because that's how you know, of all those hundreds of pages of ordinances, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna find one ordinance that says the powers of the city council may be exercised by one council member. Not true. They can only be exercised by the council collectively. So success individually means working to build collaboration and consensus with my colleagues and hope of at least finding 3 other people that'll come along with me, right? And if I can't get that, then I have to be willing, right, to concede the point that I don't have the power of one to do what I want to do. We'll talk about that concept a little bit more, but I think on the takeaway on that last bit on this broad themes is that it really does require through this kind of arranged marriage of election or appointment or however we got on the board, that it's the council as an institution, the we, that does things on behalf of the town, and I'm a contributing member to the we, and the we is more important than the me. Yes, fight like heck for your own personal policy points of view, your own voice in deliberations on policy matters, but we're working towards the we. I think in terms of dynamics on the council too, it means that have to recognize that in policymaking debates, we're co-equals. Each of us has 1/7 of that voice, that our deliberations ought to always be a safe place, excuse me, where each member feels like they can express their opinion and the other members, even though they may strongly disagree, are respectfully listening and that we're agreeing to disagree, right? And that's an important dynamic of being able to agree to disagree and then move on. Okay. Let's pivot just a little bit. I didn't check the weather the Zoom folks can hear. I'm sure it's okay, right? All right, let's talk about transparency issues. I just want to quickly do a little, I'm sure you've gotten trained on this and your town attorney can help us. I just want to touch on a couple transparency topics for the new folks in particular, but just as a reminder. So we're all subject, council and its members are subject to the Colorado Open Meetings Law. There's a lot going on in that statute, but the primary rules are twofold. The first rule is it says whenever 3 or more members of the council want to meet to discuss public business, that's a meeting that has to be open to the public. Okay, doesn't mean that the member of the public has a right to participate in the discussion necessarily. They do if it's a public hearing, another matter for which public comment is legally required, but it means that the discussion must be open to the public so that someone can hear that discussion. Okay. The second half of the open meetings law is that if 4 or more people are going to be in the discussion, or the council is going to take kind of any kind of action, then you have to have a noticed agenda published at least 24 hours in advance, and that's what staff does on your behalf. Okay, that rule applies to discussions of the merits or substance of any pending matter, pending business of the council. Okay. So a couple of easy things, and we'll drill down just a little bit more. It doesn't apply to purely social gatherings, okay, or chance gatherings. So I didn't have time to figure out what's the name of the local coffee shop, closest coffee shop.
Bardo.
Bardo. So it's not correct that if 3 of you bump into each other at Bardo, right? It's not correct if someone looks over and says, "Oh, there's 3 council members over there meeting in secret." That's a violation of open meetings law. That is not a violation. That kind of chance gathering is not a violation, as long as that discussion does not primarily become a discussion of public business. So it would be improper if you bump up into each other at the coffee shop, say, "Hey, good to see you all. Hey, while we got you here, can the 3 of us, talk about that agenda item, that budget amendment that's on tomorrow night's agenda, and let's figure out how we're going to vote on that." That would be improper under the open meetings law. Okay. Social gatherings are exempt as well. Now recognize that the statute says that a meeting for purposes of open meetings law includes any kind of gathering, whether it's in person like we're doing right here and now, whether it's by telephone, nobody uses the old landline for a meeting anymore, or by electronic means, which back in the day when they put that phrase in the statute back in 1996, what they had in mind was dial-up email. And they made all those noises, right? But we're much more sophisticated, right? There's so many more ways to use technology to connect and get together. But the open meetings law broadly, applies to all those electronic means of communication. So it includes email. So that's why staff has coached you and reminded you that email is a good tool for some things, but it's not a good tool for discussion among 3 or more members of the merits or substance of pending business of the council, okay? So it truly is a rule of three or more, openness applies. By the way, the three or more, you don't count staff. It's the members of the local public body, the members of the council. So it's three or more. It doesn't apply to meetings of two, a one-on-one meeting. And so if you're new to the council, it's perfectly fine to have a coffee with a fellow council member and get to know each other and just, build that relationship. So three or more, openness rule applies. Two or more, one-on-one, it doesn't. But what do you think about one-on-one? Right? There's a lot of names that are used for that. They call it a daisy chain meeting or a serial meeting or a walking quorum. Just recognize that has become the focus of litigation, right? And you should not be using a series of one-on-one discussions, right, as a replacement for deliberations and action that's required in a public meeting. Other ways of phrasing that requirement is, you don't leave your constituents or each other feeling like you're walking into the middle of a conversation at your meeting. Self-regulate and understand, hey, we do our best work and we're all equal footing as the policymakers. We do our best work from the seven of us, get in this room and hash it out. Yeah, sometimes a little awkward, right? But I don't know, maybe we've come up with a better system for local government, right? Than having local elected leaders get in the room together in an open public forum and hash out their differences and then take action. And that's what the open meetings law says. The policy statement right at the front of the statute says, it's the policy of the state of Colorado and the matter of home statewide concern that the formation of public policy is public business and shall not be conducted in secret. And the most interesting phrase there, I think, is it uses the word formation, not announcement, not final vote, right? So be careful of that issue. Let's see. Executive sessions, just in the interest of time, I'll probably move past that real quick and just remind you that you can have executive sessions. They're only for limited topics. Only have to follow strict procedures that the staff's going to help you make sure you check all the boxes. From a risk management standpoint, we would ask you to do at CIRSA level is, yes, it is possible that if there's a violation of the executive session rules, then a claim can be brought. And the remedies are that any action that was taken improperly can be overturned. You can be subject potentially to attorney's fees. The way to self-regulate on that is when you're calling an executive session, if you hear anything unusual, don't be afraid to jump in. You go, did we get everything right there? Did we make all the, yeah, and staff will double check that and you'll be in a good spot. When you're in executive session, there's a couple of risks that you have an obligation to police as the participants. Make sure you stay on topic, right? You can only discuss in executive session the topic that was announced during the open session. Okay, so when you're in there, you can't say, well, this is an executive session for a legal matter, but while we're in here, let's get an update from the mayor on that real estate purchase. You can't do that. You can't mix and match. You have to stay on the authorized announced topic. You can go back out and start over again, but you can't mix and match, okay? And then the other piece, morph to the fiduciary responsibility. And this is in your code of ethics, I believe, is recognize that as the corporate governing body is the fiduciaries, it's your individual obligation and collective obligation to protect the confidential information of the town as determined by the town council. Okay, so as a fiduciary, you have an obligation to protect that confidential information. That's true irrespective of whether you voted against, all right, going into executive session, and irrespective of whether you can't stand the issue that was discussed in executive session. So that can be a little frustrating at times because somebody, sometimes I hear, elected officials say, well, we had an executive session. It was about a real estate purchase. And I think we should be more transparent with the citizens about what we're doing, right? So what's your remedy for that, right? If that's your view, is it to take the confidential information that's discussed in executive session and leak it to the press, or to you've just undermined your own counsel, right? Yeah. Your remedy then is not to take it upon yourself to share that information in an unauthorized fashion. It's to fight like heck with your fellow members next time around. Hey, we got the second executive session about this real estate matter. Isn't there anything we can share? Maybe it's maybe not, but maybe it's something as simple as, hey, when we go back out in open session, let's just make a statement for the record to confirm that we didn't take any action in the executive session, that it was for a real estate matter. Oh, and by the way, citizens, please be assured that if and when our discussion of strategy for this real estate purchase ever gets any traction, then we will, before we make any decision, we will have a duly noticed agenda item in which the council will deliberate on the matter before making any final decision. And those are kind of best practices that not only keep you out of harm's way from CIRSA's perspective, we're down the downstream side dealing with legal claims, but it also helps build faith and trust. Right, because it can seem mysterious to the citizens if you just remind folks we're doing it for the best interest of the corporation to get us the best deal or to protect privacy rights or whatever it may be that's legally required or legally appropriate. That's why we have executive sessions, right? And only in those limited circumstances. Okay, let's flip and talk about electronic communications just a little bit more. You'll have town issued email addresses. Yeah, lucky you. Okay, good for that. All right. I would encourage you to use those when you're wearing your hat as a public official, because that keeps the communications within the IT system, helps protect them. It helps to make it easier to comply with court requests. It also helps protect whatever IT security systems are in place for your IT folks. It helps protect that stuff as well. But recognize, independent of that open meetings law issue, right, that I talked about, that state law says the correspondence of elected officials is generally a matter of public record, right? There are certain exceptions to that staff would advise you on if you ever had an open records request, but the presumptive starting point is that emails that you send and receive wearing your hat as a town council member that concern your duties as a council member or performance of your functions as a council member or concern public funds, those are public records. So I think, again, I'm admittedly on the downstream end, but here's what I can tell you from practical experience. My suggestion would be don't put in an email anything you wouldn't want to say in a public meeting or read in the newspaper or have read back to you in a deposition in my world, right? It's just encouraging public officials to be circumspect in your use of email, okay? And recognize that the open records law says that correspondence can be subject to a records request. That net, it's not a good word, that net, the scope of that obligation is actually not as broad as the scope of discovery in civil litigation. So even an email that might not be subject to a court request can be something that has to be disclosed in discovery in a legal claim. So you're never going to be there, but I would tell you from real life experience, right? And sometimes in litigation, right? The profile of a case and the risk exposure on a case can be significantly changed if there was a less than great email that was some zinger that had your name attached to it, right? You don't want to be there. So just be circumspect in your use of email. Now, email is a great thing for certain things. I'm not, what's that phrase? Luddite, somebody who's anti-tech, Luddite. I'm not a Luddite, but an email is a great thing. And the statute was amended a couple of years ago to make it clear that there are certain safe harbors where even if all 7 of you are on the email chain and you're hitting reply all, that it's not going to be a violation of the open meetings law. But that's generally for things like trading emails about scheduling and availability, right? Or maybe you're working on something and you read an article in a magazine, you go, oh, this is interesting, I ought to share this with the rest of the council. So you email to the rest of the council. That FYI only email is just fine. It's not a violation. What would be a problem is if upon receipt of the FYI, they, oh, that's an interesting article. That changes my view on what we ought to do with this ordinance that's pending tomorrow night. And next thing we know, we got emails flying all over the place where people are debating the ordinance. So I always forget what the 4 exceptions were, but it's scheduling and availability, FYI, responding to a constituent, and there's one more. One way to help avoid walking inadvertently into a problem when the open meetings law is to keep your designated, whoever the right person is on staff, or the mayor, or both, keep them copied on these emails so that they can keep an eye out and help spot, right, when we're treading on thin ice with somebody. Oh, wait, that was just meant to be an FYI. Let's hold that until the work session next week. We'll get it on the agenda and we can discuss it at that time. And that's done to protect you all from that inadvertent risk. Okay. And that's my other handout. It talks a little more about the risk and some suggestions around that issue. Okay. Let's see. Any questions about open meeting stuff?
If you have somebody in the middle of elected officials who is, say, one elected official is talking to a member of staff or the member, just a non-elected official,
Mhm.
member of the public or somebody. And then that person is talking to an elected official who talks to a non-elected official, who then talks to an elected official. Does having that person in the middle, in between elected officials, like negate the serial meeting?
Great question. Not necessarily. Intentionality is a big thing, right? And just to keep it out of the weeds here, and we're, all in good faith going to recognize this, and we all understand our good faith obligation to uphold the law. If we're designing systems with the intent that to circumvent the requirement to get into the room and deliberate, then you kind of have a little soul searching on that, independent of what kind of claimed risk you might be creating, right? The risk is twofold in kind of simple language. If what happens at the public meeting with the agenda item is that evidence comes in and it appears to be a mere rubber stamping of some decision that was reached elsewhere, then that'll be smoked out and can become a claim risk, right? But flipping that around, it's the wherewithal to understand, and I feel for elected officials, because it's kind of a rough and tumble environment. And sometimes you can feel pretty exposed speaking, your own personal viewpoint on an issue, particularly if it's an unfavorable position. But that's what the job requires, right? And support each other. The job's tough enough, right? With all the other demands on the job. But if we gotta, hey, what's your opinion on this ordinance? And you go, well, I'm in the minority, and but I don't think that's a good provision. Or we ought not to be piling on or drowning people out or bullying or yelling at each other for their own personal policy view of an issue. We have to be respectfully having those discussions. Now that question, it's later I call it later proxy talk. And I get it that everybody has their own folks that they take their counsel from, citizens, whoever that may be, but you're elected to speak with your own voice. So when you get into your deliberations, I think it's a good thing, a good approach. You ever been to a discussion? Sorry to get sidetracked. You ever have a debate, or a discussion, and they open the agenda item and somebody says, and it's the first time it's on the agenda. And it's a new policy question, clearly in your wheelhouse. And then somebody says, yeah, I'll start the council discussion. Everybody I talk to says we ought to do X. And you're going, well, that's strange, because everybody I talk to thinks we ought to do Y. Or it's a new policy question on the agenda, and then somebody wanting to get the upper hand jumps in and says, I don't even know this is why this is on the agenda, because we have a policy and it's always been our policy to do this, right? But in fact, we don't have a policy, we have folklore, right? Policy that isn't, when you have a policy question and it's significant enough to put on the agenda, then folklore doesn't cut it, right? Because you're in the position where policy isn't policy if it's only in our heads, right? So those two kind of tactics are, I analogize that to that old game where you throw someone the bat and they try to get their hand on the top of the bat, We're co-equals, we're elected officials, we hold the power, we have the power, right? So we should speak with our own voice. Yes, you are going to get counsel from your people and who you talk to in the community, but the debate in honoring the institution of the council starts more like, well, I have been, this new ordinance is an interesting policy question, and I have been talking to folks out in the community, but on behalf of my constituents, I think we ought to do this. My voice is contributing this, right? So the proxy talks issue in terms of open meetings violation is, I think if we're designing channels to have our deliberation other than in a public meeting, that could come back to bite us. It really is back specifically on the claim world as to whether there's an open meeting issue. Okay, that help with that? Anybody else?
You mentioned CCing staff for transparency.
Yeah.
Is that also for council member communications? Just it's important not to respond, reply all kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so. And also, whoever's the staff lead can monitor that and sort of understand what they're hearing from council, and it helps them inform how they might cue the matter up, right? So it's also a good way as an elected official, because I know it can be difficult. Do you have something on your agenda called discussion of items for future agendas?
Mhm.
All right, that's probably the best, most transparent way to float a trial balloon without a lot of risk. Because then we know, hey, and here I am elected official Sam, and I got an idea, but I'll bet it's not a great idea. But everybody knows that we're just floating trial balloons here, so we're safe and we're supportive, right? And particularly for new folks, you might want to float a trial balloon, but we don't know yet that the city, the town looked at that issue a year ago. But that this, so it's a good opportunity in a lower risk environment is to have a less formal way of floating an issue to see if there's traction to bring it forward, right? And if it gets, I don't know if you have a rule around it.
We do.
Yeah. But whatever that rule is, then commit to use that rule in good faith, yeah. That helpful?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't have a rule, the other way I've seen it done is, you use your mayor or your administrator, and you individually say, hey, Mayor, I was thinking about raising this issue, what do you know about this? Well, just so you know, this is something that we spent a lot of time on last year, and we can always raise it during comments on discussion of future agenda items, but I'll bet there isn't a lot of interest because we spent so much energy on it last year and decided to shelve it as a council for a while, right? And then that's another way to get some feedback. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the organizational structure. Okay, I'm going to skip the liability piece unless the new folks really want to know what their liability protections are. We'll see if we have time at the end for that. I do want to point out that with every organizational structure in every municipality, no matter how large or small, everyone has a job description. Elected official, appointed official, full-time employee, and even volunteer. Take another digression. I've even had claims involving volunteers who didn't know what their job was and went outside the scope of their job. Okay, so but more to what you do, right? Need to think about this in terms of how do we support the organization so that we're functioning at a high level, we're firing on all cylinders, that everyone is understanding of what their particular role in the organization and is spending their time and energy on their role within the organization, right? So Mountain View, you're a home rule town incorporated in 1904. Wow, that's been a while, right? And I think under your charter, you currently have what's called a strong mayor form of government, and then you have an appointed town administrator. So now I'm going to admit my radar is going off here because I know you have later on tonight's agenda some issues around this, and I know you had discussions around this, but I'm just laying the broad framework here. Under this structure, the town council, the governing body of the corporation, essentially serves as the legislative, policymaking, and corporate governing body. 7-member corporate governing body, right? You exercise powers not otherwise assigned, okay? That's where the hundreds of pages of ordinances and statutes come into play, right? To give you an example of that, right? Who's been assigned all the responsibility for things like elections, administering the elections, determining whether election petition has a sufficient number of signatures?
Administrative
Clerk, right? Within whose scope of employment, within whose job description is to issue tickets in the municipal court?
chief.
Within whose scope of employment ain't it? Everybody else, not just you, but everybody else, the council, right? You write policy around law enforcement. You decide whether we want to add a section to the code that says it's unlawful to have more than 3 dachshunds in town, animal control ordinances. Don't do that, by the way. I have more than 3 dachshunds. Right? If I live here, I'd be in trouble, right? You write, you deal with a policy question. Should we have a penal ordinance that does this or that? But once it's adopted, all law enforcement authority, including determinations of whether to issue a summons or et cetera, that's vested in law enforcement officials. And this concept permeates every municipal organization, whether it's election duties, law enforcement duties, things that are assigned to the treasurer. What other departments do we have? Planning?
Public Works.
Public Works? Building code? You administer your own building code? Yeah. So within whose scope of employment is it to decide whether or not somebody gets their building project red tagged because they're not complying with the building code?
Contracted building official.
The contracted building official. You decided what the rules are on whether someone gets red tagged or not, but you're not the law enforcement official, right? And particularly individually, you don't want to step out of that lane and purport to take on a role that you don't have, right? Okay, so town council You're the legislative policymaking corporate governing body, then your mayor is the presiding officer, the head of government for legal and ceremonial purposes. I guess that means you get to sign a lot of extra documents and show up at a lot of events. Probably a lot of you all show up at a lot of events, right? And then you oversee administrative functions. So again, and here's why I can't help with questions, but I'm just making the observation. You also have a town administrator, right?
Yes.
Chief administrative officer, have discussion of what that looks like, and that's all gonna work itself out, right? Okay, so that just recognize that's your corporate structure. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of sort of depicting this graphically, you have to ask yourself, where do we as council and where do we as council members focus our energy and efforts, right? And I would commend to you that you're spending your time and energy in the top two tiers on the left-hand slide, right? Who owns our municipal corporation? Citizens, right?
The voters, yeah.
And so the council's job primarily is to help determine what are the needs and wants of the community, right, of the town. And at that highest level in the organization, help determine how we put governmental resources on their needs and wants, right? Whether it's through the budget, through how we focus our spending priorities, whether we have a new penal ordinance for something of interest to us, right? Whether we update. Was it your master plan you were working on earlier, or was that
Land use code.
land use code? Yeah, right. So if you think about that and how it translates to our job, it becomes sort of self-evident that the corporate governing body has the longest time horizon in the organization, right? You're the visionaries. Your job is to look at the broad thing. Important documents for you all are things like the annual budget, the land use code, the master plan, 5, 10, 15-year utilities planning, those kinds of things. Where do we want our town to be in 3, 5, 10 years? And you can see that your interest in the budget, right? That's a completely separate than, well, do I have an individual interest in one employee's pay stub? No, because you've delegated that responsibility to supervisors in the finance department and the payroll people, right? Because that's not your individual job duty. Okay, so among the other duties, right, you deal with we're going to get to this in a minute. You supervise and select your direct reports, but that's not everybody in the organization. You decide corporate matters, right? That's sort of exercising your fiduciary responsibility. And then you're dealing with quasi judicial matters. I think your agenda tonight, if I remember it, I'm struggling to remember it. A good example of the primary responsibilities of the governing body, things like the land use code. Then you're dealing with an issue that involves supervision of your direct reports later on. I forgot the item in between on the agenda.
The employee handbook.
The employee handbook. Thank you, because it points to this. Within your organizational structure, let's see here. Yeah, within your organizational structure, it's true. Do you all agree with this notion that the council does not directly supervise all employees? Yes. You got about 12 employees, 13 employees. Which ones does the council directly appoint and supervise?
Clerk, administrator, and chief of police.
Right.
Attorney.
And attorney.
Okay.
Yeah.
Waiting for the tough question. All right, so so that means that you have delegated, right, supervisory responsibility, right, to supervisors below the level of council. You are responsible for your direct reports, right? But you're not responsible, the elected appointees are not employee supervisors except for those direct reports. So I will tell you from a risk management standpoint, from where you sit, it's like, whew, what a great place to be. Because on the ballot, it said, I get to be a citizen, volunteer, legislator, policymaker, visionary on behalf of the town. That box next to my name on the ballot did not say HR manager. Thank goodness. Because it allows you to delegate to your professional staff. I do this full time. It's hard enough to keep. I can't keep up with all this stuff that's going on at the federal and state level and all these new employment laws and so on and so forth, right? So you're never asked, never required. You don't have to feel like it's part of your job to dig into all the details of those employment issues. That's what you have your professional staff for. But you do appoint and supervise your direct reports. You do want to, spend the time and energy necessary for that. For example, have hopefully good, mutually agreed upon systems for evaluating performance and giving feedback and giving direction, that kind of thing. But by and large, from a risk management standpoint, there is an appropriate role for the governing body in personnel mission issues, but it's really the high level stuff. It's the overall personnel policies like you're doing tonight, right? It's overall pay plan. It's what you do in the budget in terms of appropriating funds for the personnel budget, overall organizational structure, right? But not dealing with individual personnel matters, right, below the level of direct report. Okay, so that's all just part and parcel of the idea that you have an allocation of responsibility between legislative and administrative affairs. That's kind of a gold standard. You know, I was very fortunate, particularly for a community your size, to, as the governing body, have made that selection, right? That says we want to have person who's, if you said in our charter, your citizen said this too, we have a person who's responsible for the executive. That's a phrase, right? Executive, and then you're working on administrative. You want to embrace that, get it to whatever it looks like that works appropriately, where roles are understood and respected and appreciated, and then embrace that as the council, because it's your decision that you don't want those things that we're going to delegate or assign to, right, the executive administrative side of the organization. And it frees up your time to embrace the work that only councils can do. Going back to my hierarchy slide, can we go back one? Right? Yeah, there's part in this organizational structure, there are things that only the council can do. Right? Not true in other parts of a corporate organization. Like if there's a department head who leaves the organization, then it's possible to appoint an interim to fill that role. But if the council decides that they don't want to do the council work, they want to do the administrative work, and we appoint an interim council to do the, no, it's you all. That's my last bullet. No redundancy, right? Unlike other levels, nobody else can do your job. So embrace your piece of the work on behalf of the organization. And that'll serve you well and help you stay out of harm's way too from the risk issues that we see. Because the biggest risk that I see is this, where we end up in claims. If there's a claim brought regarding to this issue and it ends up ensnaring an elected official, it's almost always this. It's almost always an elected or appointed official individually misperceiving that they have some governmental authority that they actually don't have, right? Throwing on the purported cloak of governmental authority, right? And trying to do something they had no authority to do, or doing something for the wrong reasons. And that's where there's an exposure to individual potential personal liability if you're acting outside the scope of employment or acting willfully and wantonly. So it's not that we're silos, right? We're mutually supportive within the organization, right? But you want to keep those lines of authority and communication clear. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I want to make sure I'm where you're at. So it's not in this concept of legislative administrative distinction. So we've kind of laid out the territory between the different parts of the organization. Now it's not, you know, kind of a bright line that administrative matters are purely hands-off, right? Like as an elected official, you're entitled to ask questions. Hey, I've been hearing from citizens who are mad about some issue with the building code, right? What's going on there, right? But then your staff, right, or the mayor, however you've divvied up this role, they'll get that information and bring it to council. Sometimes you have to be careful. What I see is this. Sometimes you'll work so hard on a new policy or ordinance and put a process in place, hash out all the details of the process. And, unfortunately in government regulatory world, right, sometimes those ordinances, regulations, they put burdens on folks, but that's what you decided was your process. But immediately after the ordinance gets put in place, somebody who's dissatisfied and unhappy about the process, they come to you as an individual elected official and they want you to help them find a workaround, find an end run around the process. Right? Yeah, that's sort of this, I get it, from a citizen perspective, but it's an understandable but mistaken view that individual council members have the power to do an end run around the processes that you as a council just adopted. So be champions, I call it be a champion of process in place. Now, if it is true that our process keeps coming up and it seems like we're having problems, then champion council as a whole looking at the process in place to see if council needs to amend or revise the process, right? But be careful of that. Be careful also of, you agree with this notion? There's almost always more than one side to every story.
Yes.
Truth is on there.
Yeah, well, so, and I get it. I feel for them. Citizens or business owners, their livelihoods at stake, and they got some issue going on with the city, and very tough issue for them. They'll come to you and they want your help, right? Got to be careful. Remember that notion. There's probably more than one side of this. So, and also remember your job description. If someone's coming to you with an administrative matter, right, and they're giving you one side of the story, there's probably another side of the story, right? And more importantly, it's probably someone else's job. A citizen who's doing a building project comes, I just got my, they call you up on the phone. I just got a red tag. You got to help me out. And this is, the building official was wrong about this, that, and the other thing. It's never even your job description to administer that particular item. So what you want to do is you want to use your staff, right, to help attend to that issue and get it handled appropriately, right? So be careful of that. Be careful of being conscripted into an end run based on one side of the story. Okay, and let's go on to the next slide. So I think that points to kind of the best practice is to establish in collaboration with your mayor and administrator a process for bringing forward questions or concerns about administrative matters. That's either whether they're raised by you or by citizens, right? Whatever that looks like, a real simple example of a process, whether it's kind of agreed upon as a norm of conduct or whether it's formally written down in a set of council guidelines, is somebody contacts you about administrative matter, they send you an email, hey, I've got a problem with my building permit, then you send it over, right, to staff. They look into the issue, they respond to the citizen on behalf of the town, and then they let you know, hey, we responded. So that consistent with your role as the ambassador, right? You see that citizen, hey, did we as a town get you the information you needed? Hopefully it's, all thumbs up, right? And if not, it's, we're always open to suggestions for improvement. Thank you, right? So whatever that looks like, I think that sort of process is very, very helpful. And use your staff as a resource for accurate information in that regard, because that one side of the story stuff, if we run with it right away, right, you can end up with telephone, or the worst thing that happens in my claim situation is we react to an administrative situation based on one side of the story, but that side of the story was inaccurate. And then we put something out there that someone used against us later on in a claims context, So that's tough. Just like my earlier risk management suggestion about time and information. If you're getting tugged individually by someone who wants you to do something as an elected official, use the same tool. Wait a second, this needs a little time and information. I may not even be the person who's supposed to be doing this, but I'll send it over to someone and they got the time and they got the information and they're accountable to get it done. Whether it's your administrator or, I always like the example of somebody stands up there in public comment that says, I just got a ticket in the municipal court. What are you going to do about it? Well, nothing. That's why we have municipal court. He and his team and the judge, they're all going to work that out over in municipal court, not in front of the council or the council meeting. You do have a process in place for that, right? Okay. Establish and respect norms around common issues that come up in this council staff relationship issue, like communication flow. Somebody asked about email and CCing. Right? Yeah, your staff is there to support and help get things done. And so, if they can keep an eye on what the discussion is, then they can help support the discussion, right? Other things like agenda setting, we talked a little bit about that. What are rules? Does everybody agree this is how we get items on the agenda? What about requests for staff research, right? Or requests for use of staff time, right? Do we have a right?
We have a brand new rule for that.
Nice. Yep. Rules on, I'm reading the packet and I got a question for staff or the mayor or the attorney. How do we deal with those, right? So as an individual member, right, you may be pretty engaged in that and want to learn more. If it's a quasi judicial matter, that's a problem. That's for a different training that Austin and I can arrange for you. But maybe it's just more information gathering in general, and you want staff to help out with that. You as the elected officials want to give your staff, your direct reports some grace in that regard, because if you have a question, you're reading an agenda and you go, I got some unanswered questions from the packet. I want to call up staff and ask about that. Give them a little grace when they say, okay, great question. I'll be prepared to answer that at the meeting. Why are they doing that?
Those other people might have the same question.
Yeah, and they live by the golden rule, right? I try to bring everybody up to the same level of information as much as possible, in as much real time as possible, right? Now, there may be some items that don't fit that mold. If you have if you're an individual elected official and you're wondering if you have a conflict of interest and you want to share some details around that, that's not something that necessarily everybody has to know about. You make a call to the mayor or town attorney to get a little understanding of how the ethics rules work. But if it's a question about, hey, why does this project have a traffic study? Or what are our rules on how we measure the height or density? Hey, great question. We'll be prepared to answer that, or we'll get a supplemental packet out on that kind of, so that they're trying to get you all on an equal playing field for a good deliberation amongst yourselves. Okay. All right. As a council, it's remember, just as I said, it's not 7 councils of 1, it's 1 council of 7. Same thing with regard to your direct reports and supervising them, right? It's not a group of 7 bosses, it's 1 boss that has 7 members. So you want to commit as the supervisors of your direct report to speak with 1 voice. Right. So that can get a little difficult sometimes, right? Maybe it's your administrator or some of the mayors assigned to do on behalf of town, and you have a discussion at the council meeting. You say, great discussion, let's give the mayor some direction as the council or the administrator. And we go around the room, we got 1 idea, 2 ideas. Before we're done, we got 6 different ideas of what the direction ought to be, right? That's when you're going to turn and say, got your direction? Right? But who owns the issue? The council as a whole owns the issue, right? So you got to commit to bring it back, but you got to do it through the appropriate channels. It can break down. The messy thing when I did what Austin did for about 25 years, and I saw it so many times, is it breaks down, and what happens is you leave that messy discussion hanging, and then later on people start stopping by, right? Either the mayor's office or the administrator's office. They say, hey, that was a messy discussion the other night, but here's what I want you to do. Is that consistent with we, the council, right? Would you be frustrated as an individual elected official if another elected official with the exact opposite view, right, drop by and we're lobbying for that sort of direction? So if it's a matter that requires the council direction, we have to agree that we embrace that issue as the council. It's our responsibility to work out our own differences as the council. We're not going to conscript staff into the policy discussion or the determination of what the direction ought to be. Yes, we need them to support us, give us information, right? But we don't want to put them in a tough spot, and we don't want to also disarm our fellow members from frankly, the tough discussion that we have to have collectively as a group in that meeting setting. And you'll get there, no matter how hard the issue, you'll get there, right? If we commit to work through those issues as a group. Okay. Let's see. Any questions about that stuff? Just a few more tips. Oh, let's see. All right. Treat each other and staff and everybody you interact with respect, right? We're all on the same team. Let's see. Don't engage in staff bashing. If we have a concern either about a direct report, then we figure out council about how we're going to have that discussion as a council. The executive session rules allow you to do that, but your attorney will advise you on that. If it's a concern, this might come from within or without. Sometimes citizens will have an interaction at town hall and they got the answer that was the correct answer, but it was frustrating. But going back to my earlier comments, like to them, that interaction didn't go down the way they thought it should. So they're going to reach out to an elected official with a complaint about staff, right? And even if you had a concern, the important thing to do is to raise that privately, right, with the appropriate person, supervisor, of what your concern is. And then if it's one where you're not the decision maker, you unburden yourself, right? Because councils are not really set up to deal with, because of the dynamic. You have to do most of your work in a public setting, but when it comes to personnel matters, there are privacy interests involved. So it's very awkward and difficult to have discussions of personnel matters in public meetings. Definitely ought not to have staff bashing, right? Even if a member of the public stands up, and they're bashing staff, right? imagine how powerful it is if the council, if we just, maybe if we even had a concern, say, look, our meetings are for the business of the council as the governing body. This is not the place for staff bashing, right? Oh, and one tip on, I've seen staff bashing, but I've also seen council bashing. Have you ever seen that? Public comment, yes, I mean, and what do I get during public comment? I get 3 minutes?
Yeah.
That's the most common rule, and it's not even a rule, that's the most common commitment. That you have a general public comment period. Did you know that by Colorado law, do you have a local requirement for that? Yeah, by Colorado law, you're not actually obligated to have a public comment period for items that are not on the agenda, just a general public comment period, but among our 295 members, I think every single one of them does it. Why? It's your chance to connect. It's your chance to connect, right? Don't let the tail wag the dog here. 99.9% of that is great feedback, but once in a while, somebody's coming up with a professed intention to push your buttons, or maybe here comes Citizen Sam. 30 seconds into it, the mayor says, the Citizen Sam comes. 30 seconds into it, I can't stand government. I hate government. I hate you, and I hate you in particular. And
Yeah.
go off on a personal attack.
Yep.
Personal attack. Right. I'm pretty sure there's nothing you can say that's going to change that person's mind in the moment. Right. So whatever your norm is, we encourage from a risk management perspective, we encourage you just, mayor's going to say thank you for your comments, and we just move on. Let that stuff roll off. I don't know how we got there in this world, but there's this whole world of First Amendment auditors and people who come to public meetings to push your buttons, hoping that we will overreact. And in their mind, hoping that they think you may have violated their constitutional rights. So I would not engage in the back and forth with those people in real time, right? Would be my suggestion. If you feel like there's something that absolutely has to be corrected for the record, maybe you wait till the end of public comment and say, Mayor, before I move to the next agenda item, I just want to say I'm not looking for a debate. I just want to say one thing to correct the record, and then you say, I respectfully say this, and we're done. Right. But be careful. I mean, people, I don't know how we got there, but sometimes this job is going to ask that you commit to civility, even in the face of incivility. Right. But you're up to the task. Right. So whether it's happening in real time or on social media, just let that stuff roll. Right. Take solace in this. But last time I checked, there were 500 billion social media posts a day.
Wow.
So you hear about it. Somebody calls you up and says, "You hear what they're saying about you on whatever social media platforms out there? Do you have one of these? Whatever it is."
Facebook.
Oh, he's Facebook. Whatever it is, and it's outrageous, but it might be protected by the First Amendment, right? And it's got our hair on fire. But I'm pretty sure that snarky comment's going to be yesterday's news by the end of today, and there's going to be another wave of. It just kind of goes with the territory. Now that's different than true threats to imminent harm. That's a different training we do. But I would just encourage you to kind of let that stuff roll and say we're always going to commit to take the high road. That's we the leaders. We will show people by our own example what the high road is. Right? Okay. A few more things. What am I doing on time? Am I running over?
It's important.
Okay. I got just a couple more things. I want to talk about personal conduct. I usually have a slide about ethics, but I left ethics out. We can come back and do an ethics training again for you. But new folks, just remember, wasn't the first thing on your mind, but when you became an elected official, you became subject to the town's code of ethics, right? You got town code of ethics. So get yourself a copy of that and become familiar with it. Work through it. You're going to love the legalese, I assure you. Okay, but work through it so that you have a good working familiarity with what the rules are around conflict of interest, so that you can spot a situation. The most difficult thing is deal with an ethics issue in real time when it's coming up for the first time during the meeting, right? And it's like, I don't know, tell me more about this conflict. And then, so I'll speak out of turn for Austin. I'm pretty sure that your town attorney would love to hear from you sooner than later if you're looking for input from the corporate counsel on how the ethics rules work. Now, your town attorney can't be your own ethics advisor, but if you're not sure, there's some issue on the agenda where counsel's awarding a contract, but all of a sudden you go, oh, wait a second, I got a relative or a nephew or I think owns some interest in that company that's bidding. Do I have a conflict? Check early. Right, so that you're prepared on that issue to deal with that issue, okay? So that's one thing, if you become familiar with the actual ethics code. But beyond ethics, make sure you commit yourself to high standards of personal conduct as well, right? Because I think being in elected office and being in the municipal organization, I kind of analogize it to being on a train. That this track is our community going to whatever destination that is. And during your term of office, you're on that train in the engine room, helping to stoke our community, get where it wants to go, right? But you want to leave that engine, the institution of the council, stronger when you leave it than when you found it. That's part of the fiduciary responsibility. I'm kind of mixing and matching concepts, but that's the way I see that. And it does sometimes, I think, ask that we individually commit to personal conduct that we might not, okay, I guess I'll do it for the good of the order, right? You know, and some of those kinds of things are, and they do have claim issues associated with real liability risks that I'll mention in it. But things like setting aside a personal interest or agenda when there's lack of support. You know, even if you ran for office, the only reason I want to run for office is so that we as a town have an ordinance that does this. If I can't find 3 people to come along with me to get that ordinance adopted, then I have to be willing to shelve that personal interest or that personal agenda in favor of service on the work plan of the council as determined by the council. And did you ever have 4-3 votes?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well,
Mm,
no, we
okay.
have 3-3 and I'm a tiebreaker.
3-3. So you end up with a 4-3 vote.
Right.
Yeah. Well, in the 4-3 dynamic, if you have a council that's always a 3-3 vote, then you've taken that 7-member dynamic and you've basically given all the power to one person. Right. So that has its own dynamic. But if you ever have one of those 4-3 votes, is it okay if you're on the 3 side, you know, to go back to your people and say, I didn't vote for that stinker? What do you think?
You need to support
Ah,
with the body.
well, you can tell them whatever you want, actually, because I'm just the insurance guy. You can tell them whatever you want, you know. That's politics, right? But they know how you voted because it's on the public record, right? So in terms of the service to the institution of the council, making it stronger, yeah, you could say that, but would it be a little bit better, stronger message if you said, you know, I didn't vote for that one, but you know, we as a council had a really good discussion on it. We had a vigorous debate about that issue. I fought like heck from my point of view. There are a lot of different opinions. Ultimately, the council decided to go a different direction, and I respect the decision of the council. The actual claim issue that arises is if members are working against or relitigating a decision that the council has already made, that can have real risk dynamics. I'll give you real live examples of that. I had one where the council approved a contract. 4-3 vote, somebody on the 3 side who didn't like the vendor that they picked, had some personal V for that vendor, was saying, their own opinion about how the contractor was performing that contract and what happened. Contractor said, actually, you're making false statements about me and you're defaming me. So I think you're now individually responsible for defaming me. Okay, so that's not a fun one. It's just one where, look, you know, if you had a question about how the contract was administered, you would go to the administrator or the department head, whoever's the right person to ask the administrative question. Hey, you know, is the billing appropriate? Could you get a report on the progress of this contract, but not to individual. I had another one where it was a 4-3 vote on a land use project, and they approved it with conditions. One of the conditions was that the developer had to get an easement from the neighbor. And the neighbor was even at the public hearing and said, well, yeah, I'll negotiate for that. We'll have to figure out the terms, but I'm willing to do that. 4-3 vote. The person on the 3 side after the vote did what? Went to the neighbor. Tried to convince the neighbor not to engage in the discussion of the easement regarding the condition that this person's governing body of which he is a member just voted on. Good idea. Can you take the hat off? Yeah, you know, the notice of claim that we got was that individual was tortiously interfering with prospective business advantage of that developer. So it resolved itself. So I can't give you all the great details, but it resolved itself. But then you can see how the risk. Okay, and then the other piece, going back to the legislative administrative distinction, is also being accepting of the fact that our work is done. We've done our business as council. We've established the policy. We've adopted the budget. We're now going to turn over staff their responsibility And their piece of accountability is they are responsible to get the work done in accordance with the parameters, right? Direction and authority established by the council, right? It's not unfettered. But they have to be willing to let that issue go to the administrative side when it's time to go to the administrative side. And staff then also needs to recognize if there's an administrative problem that's really a policy problem, right? Then they'll have to come back to council. So, but then the one bit of advice for staff here is too is not every issue is a policy issue. Sometimes administrative issues become hot potatoes, right? And it's like, yeah, so support each other in that regard too. Sometimes council, like the governing bodies, they'll put the policy in place, but they'll say, well, I think the actual licensing decision or the really tough decision ought to be vested in the clerk, right? Well, sometimes then you get like a license request. Do you have business licensing? Yeah. Sometimes we have a lot of this around marijuana. Do you allow marijuana? All that seems like decades ago now, but it wasn't that long ago. Like some communities allowed it, some communities didn't allow it, but some communities allowed it by initiative when the citizens voted in. There's all sorts of different opinions among elected officials about this issue. And then, you know, like, okay, I guess the citizens voted in, so I guess we as the council have to adopt a regulatory scheme, but I still don't like this issue. And then the first licensing application comes in, and lo and behold, it fully complies. And guess who's got to put their stamp on there that says approved? Clerk, right? But we as the council, right, in those situations where administrative staff is charged with a tough decision, we want to be supportive of the fact that, hey, you know, that's the system, right? And then conversely, staff also has to say, well, I guess, you know, hopefully I'll be supported in this, and I will be, that's the expectation, but I can't just throw the hot potato to the council either, right? So it's very important around quasi-judicial issues too, that all those processes that we support process in place, because they can give rise to really complicated legal issues for us at CIRSA. Like if you ever, do you have any situations, Austin, where the council sits as the appellate body for a license or a land use matter?
Yes, I think they can overturn the BOA in some
Yeah,
circumstances.
yeah. So, you know, if there's some tough BOA issue, you really got to stay away from that because you could be the appellate body. If you get involved too early or so, a citizen or somebody's trying to give you that hot potato before it's ripe, then that creates all sort of complexities if there's ever a legal challenge around those issues. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Last couple of thoughts here on personal conduct. So recognize that inappropriate personal conduct can be destructive for the public body, right? Here's some of the problem areas that we've seen where people have called it. It's at CIRSA. The idea of what's called the outsider or the outlier syndrome. There's a chapter my boss, Tammy Toy, wrote a chapter in here about called the outlier.
Outside of themselves.
Governing bodies and the outlier syndrome, right? And that's the idea of despite CIRSA's training of, you know, a member or member or two, taking the perspective of, you know, you all do what you want, I'm going to do what I want as a council member. They're going it alone, right? And for some reason that they have the attitude that the rules don't stick to them, that they're the only ethical one in the room, that they're the only one who represents the citizens, right? And all the friction is bubbling up among the body about that issue. That can be a very difficult dynamic, but you want to be attuned to it. You know, fomenting controversy for its own sake where none otherwise existed. I'll give you a real live example of that. We had a situation from a citizen's perspective, that water quality report's pretty important thing. It's a little confusing, hard to understand, right? But we're the insiders and it's our report, you know. I had this one situation where the report came out and it said something was elevated, but it wasn't in violation. But one member who had an issue with that and was trying to whip up angst against other members, took that issue and whipped it up into a huge controversy among the citizens and created all sorts of confusion that somehow the water quality report had problems. It was all over social media and it became a huge crisis when there was no violation. Yes, we can all decide for ourselves whether or not we like or don't like the state water quality standards, but we don't have authority to adopt them, right? But you could see how that sort of situation just spun out of control. The council had to deal with the controversy that was being fomented by one member when there was no controversy that otherwise existed. accusations of lack of respect, hidden agendas, lack of good faith. Colorado, for the new folks, Colorado municipal government by law and tradition is nonpartisan. And so whatever that means to us, right? But other levels of government are partisan, right? So you don't have to allow whatever we see going on in partisan politics infiltrate your local government and how you do your work unless you want to, and you're prepared to deal with that. But local government's nonpartisan. Proxy talk, did we talk about that? I think I did. That was my phrase. I'm gonna take credit for that. Other things we see, imbalance of information. That's why it's so important about communication flow. Right? You ought not to be a council where you feel like some people are more in the know than others. Right? That we have issues that we have to decide. Yeah, if I'm on the losing side, I gotta admit that I'm gonna win some and lose some. And but we ought to all have equal information. Rely on your staff to help you with that, right? Make sure that your meetings don't have surprise moments or gotcha moments, right? They ought not to have that sense. Or staff bashing. So I think that's it. Let me just wrap things up. Yeah, a couple concluding thoughts. Recognize that you as elected officials, you have both actual powers and perceived powers, right? One of those powers that falls in both is that as the elected leaders, it's absolutely the case as a matter of real power, perceived power, that you help set the tone for the town government, right? Make sure that you commit to courtesy, tact, diplomacy, particularly in public settings. Embrace your ambassadorial role on behalf of the organization. Commit to work together as a governing body, right? We're all going to have disagreements, but we can definitely have disagreements without being disagreeable. We can have those decisions and agree to move on. Work towards a collaboration and cohesiveness, irrespective of our own individual policy perspectives. Those things are not mutually exclusive, right? And work to address your differences with civility and mutual respect. Commit to your house rules. Sounds like you're working on those. Those kinds of things, whatever those look like, the house rules and norms of conduct. Those are kind of, a lot of people, the citizenry and others, those are kind of the unseen things, but that's the real grease that helps governing bodies work efficiently, right? Is to have good understandings of what our house rules are and what our norms of conduct are. And then commit to service of the town as an entity and embrace your stewardship and fiduciary responsibilities to the organization. Next couple of slides are just some resources about CIRSA and where you can find some more links. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions you have for me. Anything more I can tell you about what we do with CIRSA or any questions you have about the presentation happening? Thanks to us.
Also have any questions?
I have a question about a conversation that we've had in the past about we as a body speak as one. And if we as a body decide to move towards something that may be uncomfortable for one individual, and let's say it's going to be put on the ballot, where are the guidelines for speaking as one body versus your individual opinion? And let's say, I don't want to say campaigning, but speaking in opposition of what the body as a whole has decided.
Yeah.
Where is that fine line? Because I'm confused about that.
Yeah. Just a couple of broad comments. When you're expressing a personal opinion, make sure you note your personal opinion as such. I've got a little bit of my radar beeping a little bit, so, but I'm going to Austin to chime in. Remember that when something's actually in a campaign mode, depending on where you're at in the process, there are actually campaign finance rules that come into play, advocacy rules that are completely separate from things we've discussed here. So keep that in mind. But I think if it's a matter that's already like set, you know, something's been put on the agenda. From an electioneering standpoint, if a ballot measure is put on the ballot by whatever means, whether it's referred by the council or done by initiative, at a certain point after the ballot title is set, there's only certain things that the council can do. They can, for example, have a resolution of support or opposition. They can do a factual summary. That's all they can do. Even that statute recognizes you have the right under the Constitution on your own time at your own expense to do your campaigning. But my admonishment is just to remember the hat from a certain perspective is never off. So no matter what, why does it, when there's something on the ballot, why do they call it you all? Because they want to hear from the elected officials. And you're going to say, well, with regard to that particular matter, this is my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion. How's it going to get reported? Town council member says. So I'm not saying that's a legal problem. I'm just saying that's the reality of the world we live in, right? So it's probably a little bit easier in terms of faith and trust of the council as a whole in that dynamic because the die's already been cast. Everybody's already been put on the ballot. There's no debate going on. It's just going to be voted on. I think the more interrelational dynamic among us council itself is if you got it's a twist on the proxy talk. It's the idea of will what I'm doing be perceived by my fellow council members of attempting to get ahead of council or speak for council before council itself has yet had a chance to speak. And that's what people talk to me about. They go, oh, I feel like, I thought we had this agenda item coming up, and that was going to be the first time where the 7 of us got in the room and hashed out our differences of opinion. But now I'm frustrated because I feel like got a member or two who's trying to, they're speaking on social media or they talk to the paper, and what they're really trying to do is get ahead of the issue. So I feel like I'm coming to the debate with 1 foot in a bucket. That the perceptions around that issue have already been created by the activities of one member, right? And so that's you can either look at it one of 2 ways. You can say that either, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and this is going to come around to bite me sometime. Or do we collectively have a norm of conduct that we commit not to try and get ahead, right? That no matter how much the reporter wants to hear from me individually, you're going to say, well, I have a personal opinion, but I'm, we're going to share it with my fellow elected officials first, and we're going to hash it out, and that's when you'll hear from me. So, yeah, but there's a whole world above my head of politicking and things like that. I'm just saying in terms of when people contact me to ask for guidelines and best practices, I always remember the fiduciary duty is to the council as a whole. So we try to do things that support collaboration, consensus building, and recognizing that we're all going to fight like heck for our own points of view, but we're going to do it in a way that's efficient and supportive and collaborative. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Probably clear as mud.
Thank you. No, that's very helpful. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Thanks.
I have one question.
Yeah.
So you mentioned like fighting like mud for, your perspective.
Yeah.
But, sometimes if you're in the minority position, the perception is you are the outsider going it alone.
Yeah.
So could you maybe contrast like where it's destructive versus, it's actually okay to have minority perspective?
From my perspective at what we do at CIRSA, the destructive piece comes in if we're still attempting to relitigate after the council has spoken, right? Or we've taken it to the point where the substantive issue gets lost in the dynamic about the information flow, right? I had an issue, I remember, down in the Southwest where people knew that the issue was going one way, but the citizens in between, they ended up having using citizens to send emails to the majority that spread inaccurate information. And I don't know if it was accurate. When you asked the persons who were involved, they said it was all accurate information, or it was all purely opinion, right? But you could see how the dynamic ended up being taken over, right, by that sort of issue rather than the substance of the underlying issue itself. And I get it; these are all political tactics, so I can't speak to political tactics, unless they create risk issues. But yeah, I always still come back to the idea of we're all going to win some or lose some, right? So are we going to end up in a situation where we can have a good debate, vote, move on? Or are we going to have residue-free deliberations and discussions where when we get to the end, we say, well, I'm disappointed, but there's no residue that influences things that make it more difficult or create what's my boss Tammy, happy councils are just like happy families, are all alike. But unhappy councils are all different in their own way. And it's like, what's making us really unhappy? Is that what's overtaking us? Right? And how can we have just an eyes up discussion and get back to, we don't have to be happy, but we're trying to be working together. Yeah, it's a wise council that has the discussion of what's really bothering us. How can we get back to, governing together, no matter how much we agree to disagree on substance. Yeah, so I hope that's of some help. Yeah.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, the way it ties to the open meetings law, I do sympathize, and I know it's difficult, but in the majority who sees what's going, everybody ought to get their time, everybody ought to be heard and respected, right? And we ought not to be, they call it the brass bottom award, right? Then no matter where we know it's going, we're gonna respectfully listen and everybody gets their chance to speak and lobby their viewpoint, and they don't feel like they're being pushed out or bullied out just because they are in the minority and everybody knows where it's going, right? Yeah, the brass bottom comes with citizen comment. Yeah, right? We're just sitting there and we're gonna have it, we're gonna be patient and we're gonna take, this is important, no matter how many times you heard it. If even sometimes the mayors will say, let's not be repetitive, but particularly during public comment period when people have 3 minutes, it may be something we've heard from the previous speaker, but to that person, well, they haven't said it in their voice. They haven't said it looking at you. So for them, it's critically important to be heard. But I think that same dynamic attaches amongst the 7 of us, right? Yeah.
Councilmember Davis, I do see your hand up, but we're gonna hear from Councilmember Lasher first, and then we'll call on you, Councilmember.
Okay.
You made a statement that if there is like a lie said, we just had a lot of community members say things in their public comments that like are factual.
Yeah.
And you said to just say like, I'd like to take a second. So we had like a hearing and
Yeah.
there was like a ruling on it or whatever. And someone came to a few meetings ago and said, that this is how it, worked out. And that was not accurate. So then it's just, you just say, I'd like to, for the record, say the facts, or like, could you just phrase that again? Like what you said?
Oh, again, I think you never, it wasn't on the agenda to adjudicate the facts.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of facts to every issue,
Mhm.
right? So the same dynamic may attach. You may have somebody said something during public comment, we hear it, we go, that wasn't accurate. And the inaccuracy is because they didn't put out the full story,
Mhm.
right? So something needs to be said to make it more accurate. I would encourage you first to think, does it really need to be done?
Mhm.
Right? And if it does, then maybe it's at the end of all the public comments. So we say, Mayor, before we move on, I just want to make one comment in regard to public comment. I just like to state for the record X
Okay.
and be done with it. But I tell you, the political world, the risk is there's going to be another trip around the horn,
Mhm.
right? At the next opportunity for public comment, apparently, possibly, right?
Mhm.
And that's fine. That's what public comment is for.
Mhm.
But it was never an agenda item to get to the bottom of it anyway.
Mhm.
Right.
No, we just know our rules don't permit that.
Well, I just, right, but he just said that, so I was curious,
All
like,
right,
if.
thank you for chiming
Yeah.
in.
Councilmember Davis, you had your hand up?
Our best practice on public comment is it's the public's time and we
Mhm.
don't engage in a back and forth would be our suggestion.
Mhm.
If, and you probably have a script that you read at the beginning, it says that public comment is not for decisions or back and forth, but staff or council is hearing you, and if there's something that needs follow-up, it'll come up later.
Mhm.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes, I have a question. What kind of help can CIRSA offer when we have power and structure issues?
Power and structure issues. I guess I need to learn a little bit more, but in very broad brush is we can provide sample documents of what other members do. Sometimes we're happy to review and comment on drafts of documents, but only from our risk management perspective. That when we provide feedback, it's only for the member as member, that we don't do that for individuals. So those kinds of things. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And we have more best practices. We can make best practices suggestions, give samples. We prefer that those come through our designated contacts at CIRSA, right? So borrow a bit of my own training, like if I get a call from an elected official and they're asking me a question, and sometimes I'll say, well, does your manager or administrator, whoever the powers may be, do they know that this is a question? Is this a question on behalf of the entire council? Right? That kind of thing. We help resource the members, not individuals per se.
Any other questions? Thank you. So
Thanks, everyone. It's good
Thanks,
to
man.
meet with you all.
Yeah.
See you all again. Thanks
Yeah.
for having me.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a short break, 10-minute break. It's 8:07 and we will come back at 8:17. Thank you.
Yes.
It's so nice, so slim.
Coming back to order, I'm sorry, we're calling the meeting back to order. It is 8:17 PM. And we are back in our regular meeting. Next up on our agenda is we're gonna do the approval of agenda and conflicts of interest declarations, which we didn't get to before the training. So do any council members wish to remove an item from the consent agenda or make any other requests for modifications to the agenda? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Councilmember Lasher first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Randolph.
I would just like to remove the minutes from the consent agenda. I found like some things that I'd like to talk about.
Which set of minutes?
The 112 and I think 126.
112 and 126.
Oh, wait, no. The February 2nd and the, well,
Okay, so the 112, 26, the 2/2/26. We will consider those directly after the consent agenda. And Councilmember Randolph.
I just had a question about it. I know that these are action comments. But I'm really having a struggle with it because it feels incomplete to me.
So we'll take all of the minutes off the consent agenda and address them in the meeting, so we can have a discussion about them. Thank you. Yeah. Are there any other requests from council members for items on the agenda? We've just removed all 3 items on the consent agenda from the consent agenda now. Okay, then after that, do any council members wish to declare any potential conflicts of interest regarding anything on the agenda? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. So we will consider there are no conflicts of interest, and then we will have our public comment period, and then we'll consider each of the minutes in turn. The public comment period that we're moving on to, a person who wishes to, I want to check in with our council member who's on Zoom as well. You didn't have anything that I missed from you? Councilmember Davis? Okay, thank you very much. A person who wishes to give public comment must sign up and provide their name, residency status, and contact information prior to speaking. Anonymous comments will not be accepted. All virtual public commenters shall provide the required information prior to being given the floor by using the chat feature on Zoom. All virtual public commenters must have their camera on for the duration of the comment. The clerk will invite you to be a panelist, which will allow you to turn on your camera. Each individual may speak only once during each public comment period. All council members must listen attentively to public commenters, but no response shall be given to any public comment except the chair may direct staff to follow up with a commenter. No person shall be allotted more than 3 minutes. Our clerk will call on people in the room who have signed up first, and then people who are attending remotely. Please speak up if you're in the room so that people attending remotely can hear you, and so the recording captures your comment in full. Ms. Campfield?
There was no one that signed up in person.
Okay. Do we have anybody who has signed up remotely to participate in public comment? Okay. Then we will go on to consider the minutes for the January 12th meeting, which in your PDF is page Let's just get us all to the right place. I think it's 63, is that right? Okay, and Councilmember Lasher, I think you pulled this so that you can speak to the issues that first.
So on page 64, but it's ordinance C, we have Councilmember Bailey moved to amend the motion to table. That just seems like it's never been written that way, so I just wanted to see if that's like correct, and that's how we're doing it now, to say move to amend the motion to table.
On page 64,
Yeah, it's the very top line of 64.
Councilmember Bailey moved to amend the motion to table. So typically it's
I just have never seen it read that way or written that way in them, so it just stood out to me, so I wanted to bring it up.
I'm gonna let our town attorney come.
Yeah, I think that's fine because basically what it's saying is that I agree the wording's maybe a little confusing.
Yeah.
But I think what it's saying is correct, which is that Councilmember Bailey amended the motion on the floor by moving to table the item. So you could state that it be reworded as I just stated.
It was just, I've never read it that way in these, so I just wanted to ask if that's like our new way of doing it, or if it was written wrong, or that's just how it's been throughout, it looks like. So I didn't know if it's a new thing.
Well, help me understand your question better.
Today, it just seems very like confusingly worded to me.
Yeah, okay, so we can definitely work on that going forward. Or if you want to amend these minutes, we can do that as well. I think maybe a simpler way to do it, and again, not being in Robert's rules would be easier because you will have less motions to amend. But what that, I think, language maybe more bluntly is stating is that Councilmember Bailey amended the motion on the floor by making a motion to table.
I think the motion to table isn't a motion to amend. They're two different things.
Oh, I see the point of contention, that the motion on the floor, well, you have to do something with the motion on the
You
floor
just
though.
moved to table it, is how we've always done it.
Okay, gotcha.
Councilmember Bailey moved to table the motion to second reading.
Okay, yep, that works. So just remove and then, yep, okay.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, and then on 64E, it's resolution B, but then once you're reading, it says Councilmember Bailey moved, and then it says A. So I think it's just the wrong number on E.
Yeah, good catch.
And then it didn't say how it was passed.
What page is that?
64.
64E.
Good catch. Looks like that. It's copied an ordinance and it should be a resolution there. I think.
Should be resolution 1.
Yeah, 12B.
Okay, correct. Correct. I'm gonna try to list these so that we can make
That'd be great.
a motion to amend the minutes to correct item number 4E so that it reads resolution number 2026-01-12B.
Great.
Okay, and then on page 65, it says that the mayor, or right here, it says Mayor Mitchum disclosed a conflict of interest on this matter, but it didn't say that she it says that she spoke, but it doesn't say that she spoke for like 3 minutes. And I don't know if that's important. And then it also doesn't say like what time she left the room or came back in. So I think that's probably important to have in there.
Yeah, we can, I think adding the entrances and exits would be helpful. The time in which the mayor disclosed and left the room, and then the time she came back.
Can we add that after the fact? Since we probably don't.
I think
have
you're gonna
that.
bring these minutes back. It's probably
Okay.
gonna be simpler,
Okay.
and we can maybe just provide a red line.
Then page 67, it was, we have agenda item number 11. It says adjournment, but actually it was the future agenda items. And 12 was the adjournment. And then also just one other thing, in this, it says that like all at council's direction, she will share all questions and answers about the budget with all council. And I didn't see that. And then also in this meeting, Mayor Pro Tem asked if she could request like check registries in the packet, and I haven't seen those in there yet either. So I just wanted to throw those out there.
So it sounds like maybe for this item, we're looking at a motion to continue to the next regular scheduled council meeting with the following, bring back those following changes.
Okay, and should I list those, or do we have Councilmember
Yeah,
Bailey?
I think that'd be great.
Okay.
I mean, as long as we're being thorough here, you could capitalize CIRSA. It was all lowercase.
What page is that on?
It's a couple instances.
Just like
Capitalize.
capitalize
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, capitalize CIRSA throughout. Any others, Councilmember Bailey?
Oh, sorry. On 68, number 4, we usually list like the wording of why we're going into the
Oh, I think
executive.
this is
Going to the next minutes. so
Oh,
let's
are we
wait.
still on the first? Sorry.
Mhm.
I thought I was gonna do all mine and then other people are gonna do theirs, but sorry.
Let's just do the minutes for 112 first.
Okay,
And get everybody's comments, and then we'll bring those back. Councilmember Bailey, capitalize CIRSA throughout. Councilmember Devner.
I just had a question about these minute edits. Is it better, like, I'm thinking efficiency and like how we communicate. I really appreciate you catching these for Councilmember Lowery. But would it be to our advantage to, if we see some of these, to email them in advance and then they can be fixed so then we could approve it in the meeting? I guess that's probably the best course of action.
I just did it today, so I wouldn't have had.
Anything else for the 112-26 minutes? Councilmember Randolph.
In the past, the public comments, like of 64, they were written out more. And I just found myself having to go back and look at the recordings. I wish it was just a little more informative. I know we're trying to save time, and I know you're working very hard, Charity, but it seemed like it's just been cut a lot. And one of these, well, I think it's the later one. It's just not saying what people have said. I mean, one of them says Janet Randolph made a statement.
I think that would probably
So I wasn't sure.
propose more so of like a minutes policy discussion, whether we want to move towards true action minutes, because there is a digitized record of the meeting versus summary minutes. There's a lot of talk about pros and cons of both. Sometimes summary minutes seem to have a voice behind them that may not necessarily be what you're intending. So I think maybe that would be a future meeting discussion.
I think that's what I was looking for, was a better understanding.
Councilmember Devner.
I'm also in support of a future discussion to just kind of have an understanding of how the minutes are generated and, you know, how our council eyes can help.
Of what you would prefer.
You're gonna make a motion.
Let's just add that to the future agenda schedule. When we get to that part of the meeting, we will speak to that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so then we need a motion to table this to the next meeting to include changes to 4D, to change the language throughout. When there's something to table, let's move to table rather than motion to amend to table. 4E, correct the resolution number 2026-01-12B. 7B, add entrances and exit times for the mayor in that meeting. Agenda item number 11, include the future agenda items. And agenda item number 12 becomes adjournment and capitalize CIRSA throughout. Are there any other changes? If not, I'm looking for a so moved. So moved? May I hear a second?
A second, I have a question as well.
We'll get your question. Well, we have time for debate after the motion in a second. Do you have a question on this matter?
Yeah, I have a question about the minutes and when someone is recusing. I don't recall in the past when we've had a council member or another member recuse themselves, where it's been specific in the minutes when the person left the room and came back into the room. Is that something new?
No, that's just a standard thing. It should be in all the minutes of my understanding, but the clerk and the attorney.
It's helpful to know that they exited for whatever period of time related to the issue that they're actually conflicted out of. So it's helpful to have that in the minutes. You could say something like they exited the meeting for the entirety of the discussion and came back at the following meeting or item. But yeah, something.
Thank you.
Any other debate before we'll do a voice vote for this? Okay, all in favor of moving these to the next meeting, say yes, as I read that out. All in favor of moving these, say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor, thank you. All against, say no. Motion passes. Thank you. We'll consider the next set of minutes, which are the minutes for January 26, 2026. And I believe Councilmember Randolph, did you have?
Mine was just the generic discussion that we talked about. I wasn't sure how to approach it, so I just brought it up.
Thank you. Councilmember Lasher?
Yeah, just page 68, number 4. I just thought we should list like why we went into the executive session.
Oh,
since
yeah,
someone was looking at that.
definitely.
Yeah.
Let's include the full motion if we could.
Yeah.
You said that was 68.
What agenda item was
Number
that?
4.
Okay,
And we can just copy paste it from the notice.
Mhm.
Would be great.
And then I have other pages where it says like move ordinance to the floor again, but if you're just gonna change all of them, I don't feel like read through those, right?
You do for this agenda item.
Okay, so then page 70. Let me find where. Mayor Pro Tem Algeen moved to approve the, oh wait, no, that wouldn't be it. I don't know, I thought it was somewhere on there.
So clean up all of the motions
Yeah,
is the direction.
and on 71, there's that too. And that's all I have for that one.
Okay.
are there any other, so it's enough
What do you mean by cutting up the motions? Yes, I'm confused.
throughout?
I guess just clarify what the motion actually was that was given.
Like agenda item number 12 says Mayor Pro Tem Alpine motion to move ordinance number 2026 blah blah to the floor. And really what she was moving was to approve that.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's what you're talking about.
So,
Okay, so have the motions follow. How to say that? Is that just enough to say?
I would just say, yeah, clarify the motion
Clarify.
being made.
Any other changes to these minutes before we move to continue them?
Question.
Councilmember Devner?
For record purposes, is it the minutes that are like the official record or more the video? guess-
It's both. So as a part of any type of proceeding for the official record, it's gonna be, first thing that you have to do is a transcript of the meeting. So I literally will have, your typical deposition transcript. And the second is the meeting minutes. I'll tell you, when you're litigating those cases, they rely on the meeting minutes a ton. Just because it's easier. Yeah. And it should list out all of the official action. That's why it's a really helpful and useful record to have. Like if there's an official action being challenged, the first place they're gonna look is, well, what is actually being challenged? What happened in the minutes? What's the record say?
I have one more thing. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Randolph?
So under the council reports, it just says Councilmember Randolph made a statement in regards to the swearing in of Charity Camp.
Is this on the
Campfield.
126?
Campfield, I'm sorry. I always want to say Campbell's, page 75.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the next one. We'll
Okay.
talk about that one afterwards.
Okay,
For
sorry.
126, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. For the minutes for 126 updates we have when we table this will be for agenda item number 4 to include the full executive session motion exactly as it is stated, and then clarifying the motions throughout. If we have a so moved. Thank you.
Second.
All in favor, say yes.
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 All
Yes.
opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you. We're moving on to the minutes for February 2nd, 2026. Councilmember Lasher brought this to the floor, and then we'll go to Councilmember Randall.
On page 73, number 5, it just says that, well, first of all, it says that it was seconded, but it doesn't say by who, and just, we've always put by who, so I don't know if that's,
I think we've done it. It was seconded in previous minutes.
okay, Austin just said yes, but
Oh, I thought we typically did state the
We
person.
do.
But,
We've gone back and forth.
It's
Okay.
like been consistent.
Mhm.
Yeah.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we did create a minutes sort of rubric, and in that rubric, there was no second. It was just the motion, what you name who it was who made the motion, but we don't name who this is. But it's up to the clerk.
I think that's part of the reason why we should bring back a
Right.
minutes discussion to the
Yeah.
board.
okay. And then it says council reviewed the rules, but it doesn't say like what the like amendments to the rules were. So I just thought maybe it'd be nice to like list those in there.
And that, I think, is part of the action versus the
Okay.
summary minutes discussion.
What page is that?
73.
So it's agenda item number 5.
Yeah.
The Mayor Pro Tem motion to approve resolution, the resolution and then the number as amended, but it doesn't say how it was amended. It just, she brought it, so initially she brought it to the floor.
Right.
Was it already amended? I think that's the question. Maybe I'm
I
misunderstanding.
think she wanted a list of amendments.
Well, yeah, because it just says it was like the amended of the rules. So I was just hoping to list like what it was.
Right. Does that seem reasonable? Do we have a list of those things? Because I think Austin read it all out.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, the video.
Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Lashley?
I don't have anything else. I think.
I just do on the February 2nd. I mean, some of the statements that were made are printed out. I mean, are word for word, and some are not. Under council reports where it says I made a statement in regards to the swearing in of Charity Campfield at the January 26th meeting. I'd like the statement there.
So flesh out for council reports,
Not summarized.
more.
You want a more verbatim.
More verbatim, because some of them are more verbatim. Can't say that word.
Okay.
I wasn't sure how they were decided, which ones were on and which ones were, so that was my question. Thank you.
Is there? Sorry, speaking
Councilman,
of-
yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
When we discuss, or if we discuss the minute meetings, can't we? I'm sorry, you were used to. There's action.
Well,
and
there's action, there's summary, and then there's verbatim.
Okay, so if we
Right.
did an action, could we not say that the recording is available and provide the link?
Well, so it depends on how actionized you want them. There are some jurisdictions where they literally take the agenda and they just put the votes on it. And that's,
I have a couple that do that.
yep. So I think this is why this sparks a larger discussion with the council as a whole, because there's so many different ways that you can do meeting minutes. And I've worked in jurisdictions where you have the town administrator that wants to change your summary of what was said to reflect a different message. So it can get kind of tricky. And that's why I would rather have direction from the entire council
Okay.
as to what you want to do moving forward.
So if there are no more changes to the second, February 2nd rules, then we will table them with the 2 changes on agenda item number 5, read out the amendments to the rules that within the motion to amend, and agenda item number 11 for the council reports, have it more verbatim. We have a so moved from Councilmember Bailey,
Second.
and second, all in favor say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All opposed say no. Thank you very much, everybody. We are on to agenda number 8, and our town attorney has the floor to introduce agenda item 8.
I was just telling some of the council members, Sam Light said, I love your employee handbook. I'm gonna use it as an example.
Oh.
There's something.
No.
Tons of changes here. I'm gonna go over them in a high level. The staff report also provides additional information, which I won't repeat. There are 2 changes I'd like to see as a part of a motion to amend tonight if council is going to move in that direction. One is that the effective date, just in the employee handbook, be updated to whatever it's gonna be.
That was one of mine. You stole it.
Oh, let's see if I get the second. And the second is that the acknowledgement was cut off in the packet, so just to make sure that we include that. And I'd also, well, we can talk about it offline. I think it's a pretty good idea to go ahead and get each employee to re-acknowledge if and when council passes this employee handbook. So there's a ton of organizational changes here. You basically had general policies in 2 sections. We put them together, we put them at the beginning. So now you have all your general policies at the beginning. And the other big organizational change is related to enforcement. You basically had the safety in the workplace kind of enforcement issue or enforcement process, but didn't really seem to have a catch-all for all other types of enforcement. So that's been added. And the safety in the workplace language has also been much more substantiated. So kind of adding a lot more clarity about what we mean by zero tolerance and what are the actual processes in place if there's a violation of a zero tolerance policy. And don't let the nomenclature confuse you. It's not necessarily a zero tolerance policy. It's really zero tolerance light. In other words, it can be up to immediate termination, but doesn't necessarily need to be if there's a zero tolerance violation. And so that's how the handbook is currently drafted. The other one I would mention quickly that's different from, again, the last time you had this in the packet, so I'm not covering all those sort of changes we talked about last time. The other one is the general conflict resolution and discipline provisions. And again, added that process to clarify how complaints are handled for employee handbook violations. So those are the main things that I wanted to highlight. Again, there's a bunch of other changes that our town administrator covered the last time we discussed this item, but I'm not rehashing those here.
Council member discussion, questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
In the background where you stated clarification of police policies is recommended by the most recent CBI audit on page 78. Is it possible for council to get a copy of the CBI audit?
Good.
I think it would be good information to have. And then I need clarification, Austin.
Yeah, yeah, it would be privileged. So
Oh, it would be, it's privileged
why don't
information?
you send it to me and then I'll send it to council? Yeah.
Okay,
Just because it's a audit of liability, so
Okay.
it will discuss things that we are not in perfect compliance with.
okay, got it.
And working towards.
So in the employee handbook, if someone has an issue, where does it fall in the employee handbook? Does it fall in the employee handbook or the rules and procedures in regards to council and mayor?
So if an elected official has an issue, then it's the council rules. So this employee handbook does not apply to council issues. So we created that distinction through these amendments plus the rules that are already in effect.
Okay.
Good question.
Councilmember Bailey?
But we've heard the mayor refer to herself as staff. So how does that work in that type of situation?
Yeah, so elected officials have a reporting process in the rules. But if there is an issue as far as the mayor in her role as a staff member, then that's covered in the handbook and the rules. So she's in both places, or that position's in both places. So if an employee is saying like, hey, I have been discriminated against by the mayor, the employee handbook would cover that. And the employee handbook has particular provisions about that instance or any other. But again, those are employees of the town.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Bailey?
On page 99 of the PDF. So it talks about like investigations in item number 5. So investigation into the complaint will be conducted by the town administrator or if the subject of the complaint, then the mayor, properly and absent extenuating circumstances within 30 days.
Mhm.
What if the administrator is the complaint? They can't very well investigate their own complaint. Do you then just go over to the rules of procedure and follow the magistrate process?
Oh, if the town administrator is making a complaint,
Uh-huh. They
So,
can't investigate. Here it says like it's going to be investigation into the complaint with the town administrator. But if the town administrator is making the complaint, how are they going to do an investigation into their own complaint?
I see. Yeah. So I think if it's involving any employee other than the mayor, then it falls under the employee handbook, and the mayor is the one who receives the complaint under the employee handbook, and she applies the employee handbook to the situation. If it's involving the mayor, then the council rules apply.
Okay, that was all. That makes sense.
Other questions for staff or discussion?
Good questions.
So we're looking for,
Or did you have other amendments?
Yeah.
We're gonna.
I need to scroll over. Sorry,
yeah.
I wasn't as organized as I went with the rules of procedure. Sorry, I ran out of time.
I think you were also gonna send some typographical corrections, email those to the clerk. That got done outside of this meeting correctly, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And Councilmember Devner, did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess I just
While
want
we're waiting.
to express appreciation for all the work that was put into this handbook. I think this is gonna serve the town employees well into the future. And that's particularly important for retention, just perceived conflict of interest. I'm really happy with a lot of the changes.
Thank you.
Thank
It's a
you.
team effort for sure.
There's a lot of work went into it. Councilmember Davis, feel free to chime in if I don't catch that you have something that you'd like to speak to.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. And Councilmember Bailey,
I think that might have been it. Like,
Okay, so just those two things then.
we want to so we're looking for a motion to amend with
A motion to approve with 2 amendments.
a motion to, approve with, I think we had 3 amendments or 2. The effective date, updating the effective date, including the acknowledgement page, will include an employee acceptance form.
Oh, that's the acknowledgement. That's the
Oh,
thing.
that's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a motion to approve with 2 amendments being the effective date as of today and including the acknowledgement page.
so moved.
Second.
And it's a resolution, so all in favor say yes.
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 All
Yes.
opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Look at how fast we go with these new rules. We are on agenda item number 9, and Ms. Campfield has the floor to introduce this item.
So this is the second reading of the ordinance to adopt the first supplemental to the 2025 budget. There were no changes in the ordinance from first reading until now in what's being presented, and I'm open to any questions.
Discussion or questions from council? Councilmember Devner?
When it comes time for the audit, or I guess it'd be the next budget session, will we see these changes in like a line item format?
In
Or-
terms of what being presented in the budget information?
Yeah, I guess will we see an amended 2025 budget in the
No.
future?
No. So when we bring the finalized December financials to you, you will see that reflected in those documents, but not in the budget.
And I think the clerk asked a similar question. I think the clerk described the reason well to me. When I asked that question, she said all of the numbers that are accounted for in this supplement were already known when we did the 2026 budget. So it doesn't change the 2026 numbers.
Right, so the ending fund balance projection was based off of these expenditures that already happened.
Somebody else had their hand up.
I did.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have a question for Austin. Did you review all the ordinances tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we had discussed internally potentially adding to staff reports a box that says like town attorney reviewed, and then you can have a yes or no check. That's something we can consider.
Thank you.
And is it possible to have red lines in ordinances so that we can see
From first to second reading, or just when they're changing
from
anything?
first to
Okay.
second?
Yeah, we can do that. Council wants to do that.
Would that be
Councilmember Debner?
something that we would add to our rules of procedure?
Probably.
To like formalize?
The less of this well for these last like the hour.
It's only gonna get better. They're already really good that Sam White wants them.
Red lines from first to second reading for all resolutions and ordinances.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
ordinances.
Just
because we only
ordinance.
You do
second
resolutions
reading.
one read.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Second
right,
reading,
right.
yeah.
red. And a check.
Can we also, while we're
Can we please, everybody ask for the floor so that we're not talking over each other on the recording. Thank you. Councilmember Bailey?
I love your idea of like a checkbox for if the attorney has reviewed it, so that it's just clear and even not to ask, did you review this?
Mhm.
It's just a known issue. I think it would go in the agenda part of the rules of procedure.
So those two items aren't really pertinent to this particular ordinance, but there's sort of some staff direction through the conversation. So
It sounds like the rules are gonna go back on the
Yeah.
future
we'll
agenda.
put the rules back on the future agenda.
That's helpful to make this change.
Yeah.
Won't be hard.
Any other questions for staff on this ordinance? The first supplemental to the 2025 budget? Seeing no more questions, we're looking for a motion to approve the ordinance as presented.
I move to approve the ordinance as presented.
Second.
Moved by Debner and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any further debate? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alguin,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. You're on to agenda item number 10, and our town attorney has the floor to introduce the agenda.
Okay, this is second reading of the town administrator ordinance, but I did notice that this was actually the first reading of the ordinance. Unfortunately, the second reading with the change council requested didn't end up in the packet. There was only one change. So I can read it off to you of what it is, and council can still approve on second reading tonight with that change if they want. The one change was related to section 2320A in the ordinance. And it would be adding a second sentence stating the duties of the town administrator shall only apply upon the appointment of a town administrator. And so that clarifying language was asked to be added by council to basically state, hey, we're only talking about the responsibilities in these sections or in this section in the case when we actually make an appointment.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question about item A, where it says upon the recommendation of the mayor. Is that something that we could remove? Because if we do a governance change and it passes in November, we would, if it doesn't pass in November, we could just make a resolution to put that back in.
So I think if the ballot language changes, the town will need to consider a whole suite of code amendments to implement that change. As far as the current language in the code upon recommendation of the mayor, that is my recommendation in order to align with the current charter that states that the mayor does have discretion or has administrative authority over department heads. And because the town administrator is the department head of the executive department, that's my implementation and interpretation of how the charter gets implemented in that way. So it'd be my recommendation that we keep it, but council's decision.
Doesn't change the effect of the charter.
Yeah, and I think we also discussed about your recommendations and adhering to your recommendations. So, thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions for staff or discussion about the second reading of this ordinance? As amended.
I just,
Councilmember Devner?
a clarifying question. I think in a prior meeting, you mentioned that was a conditional requirement. Or, I guess could you maybe explain more of that upon the recommendation of and?
Yeah, I might need to double check the charter, because I drafted this a bit ago. But my recollection was that the reason I included that language, I changed it from the current code where it says something along the lines of like, upon advice and input of the mayor. I changed it to upon the recommendation of the mayor because I think that's a lot cleaner to be able to get than advice and input. A recommendation could be something kept in the packet to say, I recommend this person, or I don't recommend, or whatever. Whereas advice and input is a little bit more squishy. I think that in both cases, the reason that the code contemplated it originally today and why I continue to contemplate it is for the answer I just gave, that in the charter it does state, again, this is my recollection, I would need to double check. But I believe that the charter states that the mayor has specific authority over department heads. The town administrator is specifically listed as a department head of the executive department. And so it's a way of sort of applying that language.
Thank you. Makes it a little more clear.
And again, I can, if it's not clear, let me know and maybe I can look into it further and come back.
Yeah, just to validate that that's what your recollection is.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I can do that for sure. And I can send council an email.
Thank you.
I think it was clear as well that the recommendation doesn't have to be affirmative.
Correct. So the council could ignore it, like it's not binding.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or for staff or? Okay, so then we are looking for a motion to approve the ordinance as it was presented, which included the amended language to section 2.03.020 A. Is that right?
So moved.
So moved from Councilmember Bailey
Second.
and seconded. Any further debate? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Devner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randall.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We are at agenda item number 11, and again, our town attorney has the floor to introduce the agenda item.
Okay, so this is in relation to a recent Colorado Supreme Court decision that came out a couple months ago related to a new preemption of municipal penalties when that same penalty or offense is covered in state law. There's more information on this matter in a memo that I sent to council. So if you're curious and want to dig into the reasoning more, that would be a good place to go about that. What this ordinance does is very simply and concisely implement that new law by simply stating that if any of our penalties exceed a maximum in state law, we will follow that state law maximum.
Any discussion or questions from council for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
So I went on to the CML website and I reviewed what their stance was. I'm going to read what their stance just for debate. CML expresses concern that this decision undercuts local authority and home rule, restricting municipalities' ability to impose penalties that reflect local priorities or conditions. CML states that we should retain discretion to set penalties for local ordinance violations and that they deem necessary as they deem necessary in their communities. CML is concerned about the erosion of home rule, limiting home rule authority by preempting harsher municipal penalties, even when local governments believe they are justified.
Yep, they lobbied pretty hard against this one. They also submitted an amicus brief. They're also doing so on all the House bills, which I will keep council apprised of in this session, but there's some really, the biggest ones that we've seen so far are already been introduced that would have huge preemption for local municipalities and implicate our zoning process, but we'll get to that if it comes to fruition.
Would the council like to sign on to CML's objections? I mean,
I think if council wants to go in that direction, I prefer to have that conversation in executive session.
And it's just, I wanted to look at another source, and the staff recommends approval of the ordinance, but my question is, who is staff? Is that the chief, the administrator, the mayor? Is that the attorney? Who's staff that is?
I think it's generally the person to whom is responsible for the work product. So I'm going to recommend that you approve this because I always want you to at least be aware of and I want you to be aware of and comply with state law. And so if council does not agree with state law and would like to take the risk, we should have that conversation in executive session, and we should talk about that risk. And I'm happy to do so. I just think we should caveat though, CML is a lobbyist group. They aren't going to be the ones to get sued over this.
Right. So I give you your recommendation, but then again, I'm just still also curious, who is staff? Who is approving this?
So this is something that Austin and I worked on based off the memo that he sent to council. And so what the cadence I'm trying to get into is when he sends these memos of state law changing, I'm trying to be proactive so we're not retroactively trying to pass ordinances
Or get sued.
So that's us working together, bringing this to the floor.
But it's absolutely council's decision. You hold all the cards. You want to take a higher risk position, you hold those cards. I think that I would prefer you at least be advised in executive session of those risks before doing so.
It is my belief that we should not take a high risk. I just found it interesting that it was such an opposing point of view.
It has huge consequences, right? And so some of the offenses at issue were related to like trespassing and littering. And in those municipalities, they're a really big deal. And they said, like, if we impose your state fines, everyone's going to litter everywhere and trespass. They're not high enough. They don't, for our jurisdiction, that doesn't mean anything. And so that was really the home rule argument and frustration but we know better. We know better what's really important, and we know better the amount that's going to deter folks. And the Supreme Court disagreed.
The way I've been treating these council staff reports is that when it says the staff member who it's from, that's the staff member who's saying staff recommends. That's how I've been thinking about it.
Okay, thank you for that.
And we've been trying to have good hygiene around those staff reports. Councilmember Devner.
I just want to point out on page 146, so it mentions item B as a date of January 1st, 2014. Is that, just wanted to confirm that was the correct date.
It is actually, because that's the date in which the state law changed, which allowed inflationary indexes to be included within penalty amounts. And so the inflationary index was permitted as of January 1st, 2014, and every year thereafter. But good question.
Any other questions for staff? So then I don't think there are any amendments. we're just looking for a motion to approve the ordinance as presented.
Second.
So moved by Councilmember Bailey. And we have a second. Do we have any further debate? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randall.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We're on to agenda item number 12, and our town attorney again has the floor.
Okay, so this is related to our recent rules change where we removed the specific process in the rules related to removal. And council gave direction to bring all of the removal procedures into the code. And so that's what this is doing here. It's generally still following the exact same process that was in the code and the same process that was currently in the rules. I did do a couple wording nits, but otherwise there wasn't substantive changes from what you previously had in the rules and what you currently have in the code.
Councilmember Bailey?
Or I'm sorry, actually, that's incorrect. There is a substantive change. Sorry.
That's okay.
And the substantive changes in the current code, it actually doesn't say the word mayor for removal. It says any council person, I think. But the rules did. And so there was a disconnect there. Now throughout it says the mayor and any council person or member. Sorry, that is a substantive change worth noting.
And Councilmember Bailey?
I just wanted to point out that we actually already did pull the removal procedures language from the rules of procedure. And it says in here like that they're currently contained in both.
Yeah, we were originally bringing them at the same time. I think it was just that this got pushed because the last agenda was so huge.
Okay,
And so we might not have updated that language.
it's not updated, but can we we can amend it, right? So we can pass out the first reading.
Totally. On second reading, we can correct. It's in the recital, right? Or where are you looking?
It says whereas removal procedures for
Okay.
elected officials are currently contained in section 2.02100 of the Mountain Municipal Code, the code and the town council's rules of procedures, the rules. And so that, town wants to remove the removal procedures from the rules and update the code.
Yeah.
We really just wanted to, we want to update the code, right?
Yeah. So I think
just
to
take
your
all that
point,
stuff out.
yeah,
right?
we can clean up that language because part of that's already been done.
Right, just so it's not confusing for people who are like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
I thought that I didn't see anything there.
Yeah, good point.
So an amendment to clean up the recital.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good. Okay. Anything else?
Any other discussion from any other council members? Questions? And this is a first reading, not a second reading. So we're looking for a motion then to approve with the amendment to clean up the recital.
So
Second.
So moved by Councilmember Bailey and seconded. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Councilmember Bailey,
yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randall.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We're on to agenda item number 13. And Ms. Campfield has the floor to introduce this agenda item.
No, I did get several questions about the exhibit A referenced in the resolution. The plan is once you have an adopted mission, vision, value statement, that will be posted with the resolution as the exhibit once you guys decide on that. In the staff report, I have proposed 3 different mission, vision, value statements for you guys to discuss and possibly want to adopt.
So those 3 different ones, those are separate, not have, you're proposing that council choose one of them, not adopt all
Or-
3?
Choose one of them or tweak one of them. This was all based off of what you guys had submitted, kind of wordsmithing, what was your priorities and things like that.
Council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion until another meeting. I feel that our agenda is fairly heavy and that this is something that we can revisit at a later time.
Sounds like there's a motion to table. So second.
Yes, and I was gonna say that same thing.
So we have a second from
I had my
Councilman
hand up.
Davis. So is there any discussion from council members about this? Councilmember Devner.
I guess, one question is, maybe we could have a discussion about the approach for, are we gonna compare these three statements to the ones we submitted, or just have the discussion and vote at a later time? Is that kind of the thinking behind?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying that.
So we want to have a discussion just at a later time.
A discussion at a later time.
Other council members? Councilmember Bailey.
We're at 9:11 PM and I think we still have quite a lot to get through, so I'd be okay with.
We don't have a 3-hour limit anymore.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
I think our
But-
bodies do.
Right, but we're not that far off, just to be clear, the timing on the agenda said we would be at 9 o'clock at this time, and we're at 9:12, so it's not that far off. The mission, vision, and values are ways in which the council can work together, which is what we've been working on for some time now, so I'm surprised that you want to table it again. Any other discussion? All right, then, it's a resolution, so I think we have a motion on the floor to table it until, do you want to say, did we say what date, or just table it indefinitely?
Let's table it indefinitely.
Then we'll talk about it at the future agenda schedule.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to table the mission, vision, and value statements indefinitely. It's a resolution, so all in favor say yes.
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 All opposed say no.
No.
Motion passes 1-5. Is that right?
Did you vote?
I did, I said yes.
Oh, sorry.
And it was very quiet.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I voted.
Sorry.
In this kind of case, for our rules, we could, if somebody wanted to call for division of the house, we could do a roll call vote if that wasn't clear. But I think it was clear we had a 5-1 vote with Councilmember Latcher dissenting. Thank you, everybody. We are on to agenda item number 14, which is our staff reports. And Chief Nesbitt, we've left you out in the cold this meeting. I apologize for that.
Had the stats, the staff report there, but numbers were a little soft. We had some folks out sick over the last couple of weeks. Kind of reflect on some of the numbers in the staff report. Actually, Officer Key or Cole King assisted the Edgewood Police Department in an officer-involved shooting on the 24th of January. This is still under investigation. I just wanted to add that to the report. She did an outstanding job that day. Very proud of her performance that day. So just wanted to mention that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still not really feeling all that great, so I feel kind of sitting back a little bit. You have to go, I always share the good and the bad. The department separated this deployment for Corporal Rodriguez about 2 weeks ago. There was an IA investigation, and we chose to separate his employment. So we hope him the very best. He's an outstanding officer. There was just some things we couldn't get past. That's about all I have. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Bailey?
So then I'm assuming it will be looking for someone to fill in that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. We're actually looking for someone right now.
Thank you, Corporal King, for all your hard work with putting yourself on the line like that. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chief.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Campfield.
I provided a written staff report. I also wanted to update the council. So Guy with the Neighborhood Gazette came and spoke to me last week. we had a candid discussion about what he's currently charging us versus what the standard charge is. He felt that there was a lot of negative connotation about the Gazette itself in some of our discussions. Just because it keeps getting brought up. But I think the bottom line of the conversation is, if you guys do decide to put a stop to the Gazette, there is no going back. And so, because I know that there's been mixed feelings with the board about the Gazette and the positive things from it, I'm kind of looking to make sure that this is the final be-all decision that you guys are looking for. He did make it very clear that in order to stop delivering it, to try to turn it back on would be too cost effective for him. So, I'm kind of looking towards you to make sure that this is the decision you want to make.
Councilmember Bailey.
From my understanding, it wasn't necessarily the Gazette itself, but it was how content was in the Gazette and what that content was. It was more of a communications policy type thing. So I would be fine with, having the Gazette in place. I just want to make sure we have a communications policy. But the problem is, I don't think I feel comfortable doing the Gazette without the policy. And I guess a stopgap could be used. The mayor brought up a policy, a draft policy for just the Gazette. I think it was on the 12th, and we could maybe approve or tweak that, or provide commentary, which would be a much quicker turnaround than a communications policy that would take more time. And then we could potentially fold that Gazette policy into the broader comms policy once we can get that wrangle. That's just my thought.
So the question is, because we don't have time to get the Gazette policy approved before the next issue has to be sent to the publisher, what would the staff direction be in that gap?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, give me a minute. It's really about the content and the misrepresentation that the entire page is coming from multiple sources. It really is just coming from one individual. And so that is my concern. And I think that maybe we could, is it feasible to have you and the administrator and the chief of police, could they issue a public correction that the articles did not come from you?
So what I hear you saying is that this next issue that needs to be published prior to us being able to get a Gazette policy done, you would like it to come from the chief and I.
Yes, so that we for transparency, and we can make sure that that's no longer going to be misleading, that we don't have one individual who's writing the entire page. And then in that Gazette policy, if we need to make amendments, or if we, like you said, if we need to edit, we could do that. So that would give us a pause, right, and a correction for next month. Because the cost is not really, it doesn't seem to be significant. It's about the representation.
I think the question still for staff is, how do you want them to write a Gazette article before you have a communications policy in place? Like, what content would go in it, right? That's part of the question. Like, how can staff operate in the interim when they don't have a policy but have to get out the content before the policy comes live?
Councilmember Lasher.
Can we write about our land use code and why we're doing it, and just do that where it's very neutral topics?
It's a great idea.
Because then I think we get community buy-in, knowing what we're doing.
Councilmember Debner.
Yeah, I guess I'm in support as far as topic goes, the land use code. I think that's very timely for what we're going through. And since it sounds like it's not so easy to stop and start again, I guess my concern was not having a communications policy in place as well. So I think, I mean, the newspaper provides value, and if we can, you know, keep the newspaper coming, write an article in the interim, and then bring policy back for discussion, we can do that.
So just one article? We've committed, under this contract, we fill a full page.
Have we signed a contract yet?
No, but it's been an understanding with the price that we are paying. They're expecting a full page. I got an email from the editor saying, please submit your content. And they're expecting a full page for the price that we've paid. But we could say we don't have a full page.
I mean, when I spoke to him, he made a suggestion and he did point to like Edgewater's page where it had a little bit of town business and then maybe like the 2026 events flyer and, you know, something else that could fill that space that's just generic town information. And we could tweak something like that.
I mean, just like what we've been doing minus the mayor's column. Councilmember Randolph?
I agree with council member. Gene, I'm getting
good, girl.
tired. That I think the town administrator and the chief should do it because they're not elected officials. You guys are not gonna have opinions. And I think that an article about you becoming the town administrator, have the chief write one. Is a possibility,
I would
if you don't like.
prefer not to have an article about me.
That's good.
I would
The
rather,
land use is-
we would rather
the
keep
land
it
use
to
is
the
good.
business
Okay.
and projects that we're working on. We could write something in depth about the DOLA grant and how we're working on the fast
Mhm.
track piece that accompanies it, that adds funding.
Use it as an,
Just
keep residents
informative and
informative.
factual.
That sounds good.
And then put the calendar of the meetings so that we can get that information out there, so we could probably get some more attendance.
And it has been in 2 issues already, but let's do it again. Let's keep it up. I think we had almost everybody had their hand up, but I'm not sure who was first. So I'm just gonna go here and then go down. Councilmember Debner?
I guess one thought is the staff report could be just good content to put in the newspaper because, you know, we've heard from residents over time their concerns about the maintenance of the town properties that we have. And so I think speaking to, hey, we see the need for code enforcement, we're checking, we're doing our internal audit. That seems like a good message to get out.
Mhm.
So, and like really any of the staff report updates, because not everyone's gonna go on the website and download
Yeah.
the agenda. So that could be a source for content.
I mean, we could put a big blurb in there of like what to do in a sewer emergency and who to call now that we have a stopgap in a process. And that would be good information to get out to the residents.
Councilmember Bailey?
Another, I think, bit of information that'd be great to have in there is about the governance change. Well, you know, the staff is working on the presentation, right? I mean, just,
I think we can come back to that.
We would need more time to have something wordsmithed.
okay, but it's like, moving forward, it could be
Yes,
content.
moving forward, but I think right now, I
Yeah,
think
if it's
Little
informational,
pressed for
I-
time for information.
we need
Yeah,
to think
make
about that.
informational.
Yeah, because that is certainly spending money on a campaign issue. So let's think
Mhm.
about
If
it.
it's, yeah, I guess it's probably,
We'd have to really.
you know,
very-
yeah,
yeah,
okay,
It'd be
but,
boring because I
but-
take out all the adjectives.
right. Right, but you could figure out something that would fit the bill for that space at a later date.
Probably, yeah.
Councilmember Lasher?
I just want to do the land use thing.
Councilmember Randolph?
I think I agree with Brittany. I'm getting too tired. Land use is good and I'm crossing off my notes here, yeah.
And Councilmember Davis?
Well, I don't know that we need all that much in the Gazette. But that being said, you're not the only one here, of course. So let it go.
Did we want to summarize what staff heard the direction is?
It sounds like council is asking to do a factual article about the land use code updates, talking about the grant we've received, the extra funding that we're trying to attain. And then bring back the Gazette policy on 3.9 to continue providing that to the residents.
Do we re-sign the contract?
When is it due?
Right now, we don't have one.
Okay, then let's have a discussion on the 9th before we commit to sign a contract.
Okay, Guy had asked that I reach out to him after this meeting to let him know if we will be submitting an article or not, so.
Could you let him know that we are submitting an article?
I'll
and
let him
that-
know that we're submitting an article, and then I will also get the facts on what a new contract would look like to bring back to you in March.
Are we submitting an article or a page of content?
A page of content.
And that's coming from you?
Is that the direction from the board?
Well, can't you and, or sorry,
Councilmember Lasser?
can't you and
Yes.
Austin work on the land use code wording together and why? Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Well, so it's my preference not to get
Can you
involved.
just write it and then can you just give it a look? I just
make
make
sure that I don't have
Yeah.
anything that's not factual in there.
Yeah, I just thought
Gotcha.
maybe you could look over it and then say like, yeah, that's great, but add, you know, it
Yeah.
hasn't been updated since the 1700s or whatever, you know, like just, no,
That's-
you know what I'm saying? Like to add like a little bit of like,
Yeah,
you know,
Yeah.
like more interesting facts that she might not know. Know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think I can portray on this one. Definitely my preference is not to get in like the article writing.
No, I was just saying because
No.
you're in
Okay.
charge of the land use, that's why. I
Okay.
I'll
was
just send it to you for review.
Perfect.
But not everyone, just the ones that are
Perfect.
about you.
So the land use code is probably about half of that page. And we will work on other content, including the DOLA grant and other items from this staff report, the administrators, the town administrator, clerk, treasurer, staff report. It includes additional items. Okay. And is Austin reviewing all of those articles?
Just the land.
Just the land use code. Okay.
Time is too valuable.
And so the Miss Campfield is doing all of those articles on her own without my involvement. Is that what I'm hearing council wanting?
Yes.
Yes.
So we get a policy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other items on your staff report? Councilmember Bailey, you have a question?
Yes, I love the idea of starting code enforcement audit with the town-owned properties. I would like to also add that we should probably add to that council and mayoral properties as well, to show people that, you know, we have, you know, the same issues that our residents have, and we're not held to any different standard than they are. That would be my recommendation.
I have done that in other communities and I mean, I can instruct Public Works and strategize on how we would roll that out.
How do other council members feel about that? Councilmember Debner?
Yeah, come write me out for my weeds in the back there.
Isn't
I
it?
need the pressure.
I know, right?
I'm surprised that we're not. Are we exempt from that?
No.
No,
Okay.
I
Everybody
don't.
should be exempt.
Realistically, there's just a lot of talk about code enforcement. And so this is just a strategy to start because the chief and I talked with Public Works about this. It's always a hot button issue, right? And when you start doing just blanket enforcement, there's a lot of pushback with the community. And so to start with our own properties that the town owns and then with council members, you know, it's okay, everybody's being held to the same standard.
Okay.
Which is frankly what we've done in the past, to be clear. That's not a change in our policy, but it's good to state it outright.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Campfield? Councilmember Bailey.
I just had a question about this EV charging station grant, and it says like within town. And I'm just kind of curious to get more information about what this grant supports, and if like, because like if we end up building a new facility,
Mhm.
I would rather have an EV charger go to that new facility than it be like attached to like this facility. if we ended up moving locations. So is there, if you get the grant, does it allow for you to build it in the future, or is there a time frame or a timeline?
Depends on which grant we go after. I know the state has a bunch of grants right now for EV charging stations.
They're not movable.
I don't think so. I mean, that's.
I
It
would
would be
have to
cost,
investigate
it might be
that.
cost prohibitive.
And so right now, the current grant funding cycle with the state opened on January 12th. I think it closes on the 13th. So the timing on this is really short. And so if this is something that you want me to put a hold on, that would be council's instruction for me now to look at it in a more methodical way, coinciding with a new town hall space. Or do we need something now versus putting it off?
I just worry that if you there's limited grant funding, then they say, oh, we gave you an EV charger grant, but it's here, and it would make way more sense to have it at a different place that might jeopardize your chances to have it all kind of cohesive. That's the only thing you said.
Is this a supercharger? Is this
Well,
what
it
we're,
depends on what we can get a grant for. And so I'm trying to get the grant funding before we look at really installing an EV charging station in town.
We can always turn it down if we don't like it, but what I was picturing is that it's not associated with town hall. It's a service for the residents. It's not a service for elected officials and employees. It's a charging station on the street here on 43rd that somebody can come and swipe a credit card and charge their car. So it's a revenue stream for the town and a service for the residents. That's how I was picturing it, that the town has installed. Councilmember Randolph?
How long would it, I don't know what it would be a grant, so it would be free money. Basic, sort of, kind of. That's probably not the right word.
50% match, and it all depends on what types of grants we can get.
So how many residents actually would be using it? How many?
I don't know how many have an EV car.
Bring something.
Mayor Pro Tem?
so they're different cars have different chargers, right? So if you have a Tesla, you have to have a Tesla specific charger. And it's not a swipe, it's an app, and you put it in and it charges you for your power. So it's not like doing a credit card swipe. And each, like a Ford has a different charging system than a Tesla. So they're different.
So what I'm hearing is that maybe pursuing the grant for an EV charging station is not a top priority at this moment.
I mean, I love environmental initiatives. I just worry that it's like kind of putting the cart before the horse when we don't. I just feel like there might be a better location that would better serve residents if it was, I just don't know where they park and where they would use it, and because the alley is already so cramped with PD, and it also might have the perception that we're putting it in for PD, or I don't know. I just.
I check and see how movable this thing is. So if we got a grant for it, just a heads up, we're actually in the process of applying for another grant now. There is a hard close on the 13th. Like it has to be in by then.
Yep.
But I can check and see, like, if we got a grant, if we had it installed, what would be the process to move it?
Could we look at grants for different types of chargers, like a Tesla and later on a different type of charger?
I can do some more research on that. But the grant we're talking about is provided by the state of Colorado. So that's why it has the hard close on February 13th. So again, this is another quick turnaround grant for staff.
I would love to see it.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Councilmember Devner?
I guess my perspective is I'm in support of like applying for the grant, seeing if we can get those funds, and then we can come back with the details and make decisions about policy and whether or not we want to use the grant. If there's money on the table, why not
go for it.
Okay.
Councilmember Randolph?
Does the state of Colorado like you to apply for grants and then not use them? I guess that's my,
Well, I don't,
does it make us look?
we would have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
And it would all depend on the grant requirements because they're very specific. So
I don't know that much about grants, so that's what I'm asking.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate the fact that we're grant searching, right? And I love the idea of having a charger for our little town, regardless of, what electric source it, car. Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Councilmember Davis?
Well, I don't own an electric vehicle, but it sounds like they're very proprietary as far as each different individual charging station. And can we really do that? Does that hold up with everybody as far as getting several different types of charging systems?
I only think there's two types
Looks,
of charge.
Chief looks like he has something to add.
Well, I'm not a big electric car guy, but I can tell you that there are superchargers that you can park any car at.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't go so far as say they're universal, but there might be something to that effect.
Okay. Well, maybe we should table it for the moment and look at it for a next discussion on it.
I think the problem is that the grant deadline is coming up. However, I mean, also it's not urgent in terms of our priorities for the community. This is one of the reasons why having those mission, vision, and values statements completed helps us zero in on what are the things that council is committed to working on together. And so without that kind of centralized concept, it's hard to make these kinds of decisions about whether or not you move something like this forward. But I also know that Ms. Campfield has her hands very full. She's got a very heavy workload. And I mean, maybe this is something that we could stand to punt, and there will be grants in the future. That this isn't the only time this grant is going to have a deadline. We're going to there's going to be another round of grants. There's a lot of support for having this kind of feature in municipalities. So, I mean, I'm sympathetic to the workload problem. And I think we really just need to give her one set of instructions. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just have a question. What's involved with the grant? Is it an application? Is it a lengthy application? Is it several pages?
these are all different, but each grant has its own reporting process as well. So like with our DOLA grant, I have monthly reporting that I have to do with Austin's billing and how the progress we are. And they're very strict on us keeping to that timetable to make sure that the project is completed in time. So each grant has its own lift, so to say.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that word before.
Yep.
Okay, so what is the lift for this particular grant?
We're still working that out
Yeah.
because this is something that just kind of came up in discussion last week. We know when the deadline is, and that's why we're trying to time the direction with the meeting.
I've seen 15-minute applications. I've seen 30-minute application, 2-hour application. It really just depends.
Okay.
Councilmember Bailey?
I'm just curious if you could just give us your professional opinion on you've seen kind of this focus of it and the work we've done on the mission, vision, values, and it's on your plate, and we've got a lot, the DOLA funding and the potential for Dr. Cog funding, and then you and I had that meeting with trying to get an emergency management plan and look for grants for surrounding that, and I think that's more important than an EV charger. But I just kind of looking for your take on it.
Right now, I think a strategic planning session would be really helpful because then we could start developing an annual workload for staff. I feel like everything's just coming in at once and you guys want to fix a million things at one time and it's not feasible. And being able to have a methodical plan of where you guys want to go would make staff's lives a lot easier.
And so the mission, vision, and values work is first, then the strategic planning, then the staff work plan. Councilmember Randolph?
I was just gonna tell Chief, if you're ever up by the Scheitler Rec Center, they put in a whole section
Yeah.
of chargers. I don't know what kind they are, but they did them about 6 months ago. And I see all kinds of different cars parked there.
If you, I'm sorry, if you help with like the next meeting, I mean, I'll do some research on like what's available. I don't know if we're gonna be able to squeeze the grant in by the 13th, it's gonna be tight, but if there's one available, I can bring that to the next meeting. I get basically, I mean, I can take on this if you want, up to you.
And I will say, I have seen jurisdictions that have gone after this grant funding. They get the EV charging stations and then there's not necessarily a need for it. And there's bags sitting over there because it's just blocking up parking spots. And so it can be a double-edged sword if you're not thoughtful in the exact need and, you know, purpose of what we're doing here.
I propose that we punt this and do the mission, vision, and values work, do the strategic planning, and do the staff work plan, and not nickel and dime the staff with this project, that project, this project. How does council feel about it? Councilmember Bailey?
I agree. Yes, I could post.
Councilmember Lasher said yes. I heard a yes from Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph?
I don't feel, and maybe I'm off base, that these statements in here have anything to do with grant writing. It's a very transparency and stuff, but I don't think that's gonna make or break what we do.
You mean discussing the mission, vision?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I have a list here that I think I have some other things that I think are more important. Which I'll bring up in council report.
Can I just ask a
So-
question?
I'm still
Sorry.
trying to get, are we okay putting off this EV charging station as a direction to staff? We've heard yeses from 3 council members. And I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought you were asking me if we had to do the mission and vision.
No, it's
policy
about-
first.
To me, having the strategic planning session is the next step after mission, vision, and values. And if council wants to skip the mission, vision, and values and go straight to strategic planning, I'm sure we can make that work as well. But the point is, it's good to have a coherent statement about what you want to work on so that staff can create a strategic plan. And we're not throwing projects at staff at every meeting that here's a new project, here's a new project. And instead, there's sort of a long-term vision and a plan to start to slowly make progress on that.
Point of order, I think we've already made the decision to table it. And so continued conversation about the mission, vision, and values is, we need to move on from that.
It's about whether or not to table the EV charging
Right.
station, and I need to hear from each council person per our rules, an audible yes or no, and I
You
haven't
have to roll
heard.
in the point of order.
Oh,
It's well
sorry.
taken, or not.
I do not take that point of order, because I'm not talking about us. I need to hear an audible yes or no per our rules about whether or not to table the EV charging station. I've heard 3 audible yeses. I'm waiting to hear from Councilmember Debner, Councilmember Randolph, and Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Debner,
I think we should table it.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm in support of the council as a whole, so yes.
Yes,
Councilmember Randolph,
yeah.
thank you. So I think the staff direction, to summarize, is that we will take the EV charging station grant off of your workload. Okay. Any other questions for our Ms. Campfield? Then we'll be going on to the mayor's report. I have nothing to report, and we'll be going on to council reports. Mayor Pro Tem Alguin, I'll just go in alphabetical order.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I would like to, Mike, I have concerns about the rules and procedures, specifically in the conduct and mayor council, section D. subsection 10 in regards to, I believe it's called rehashing.
Or can you see what page you're on?
It's not in the packet. It's just
Oh,
the rules of
yeah.
procedure.
Oh,
It's
rules
the
of
rules of
sorry.
procedures, yeah.
Okay.
And so, I believe that the rules restrict post-vote discussion in a way that really prohibits council from having discussion regarding serious unresolved issues. And I do believe that that discussion about either removing subsection 10 or amending subsection 10 should be up for discussion. And may I move to bring that to the March 9th meeting?
We'll have that discussion at the future agenda schedule. So that's later on in the agenda, and we've already got
Okay.
that as something that we're bringing back
Okay,
for discussion
thank you.
on that future agenda schedule, the rules of procedure.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Bailey, did you have anything to report?
I did. I was hoping I could direct staff to complete an analysis on the second reading of ordinance number 2025-08-18A. The ordinance establishing the mayor's compensation for the term commencing at the conclusion of November 4th, 2025. Coordinated election as amended. I'd like to staff to include in their analysis the following items. How was the language drafted? Did the ordinance language match the motion to amend the language? And what draft of the ordinance was the mayor referring to at the February 2nd meeting? And I additionally would like to direct staff to include the completed analysis in the council packet.
So I guess we got one direction, so we need affirmative yes or no from everyone, if staff's gonna take the time to do that.
And this would be more than 30 minutes is basically what we're doing, because we've already sort of done some of that initial work based on some other direction.
Yeah,
How
I
does that change?
I prefer just to have the affirmative direction from council, yes or no.
Okay,
It might be it probably will be less than 30 minutes, but
okay.
because it's gonna be on a future agenda item as well. It
Uh-huh.
kind of
That's
implicates
the
both those
change.
rules.
Right,
So,
that's the change from what's already been done.
so yeah.
So does everybody understand what Councilmember Bailey is asking to direct staff to do, to spend time on investigating how the second reading, the amended ordinance for the mayor's pay got drafted? And then we'll look specifically at your recording to the recording of your language to make sure that we get that correct. If that's okay. Okay. Councilmember Debner, and then I'll just go around the room.
Yes.
Are we just taking a roll call
Councilmember
or are we talking?
We're just saying a audible yes or no in terms of are you in
yes.
favor of that?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Could you email me what you just read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then your summary of that. We're supposed to do a verbal summary to council of what we understand.
No, it's in the
That
packet.
direction.
Oh, yeah, so, but the verbal summary is that, staff will prepare an analysis of the mayor's compensation ordinance related to the second reading, answer the specific questions that, Councilmember Bailey brought up that she's going to email me.
That works. I like the bullet point. Well done.
Do you have anything else for your report?
I'll bring it up in the future agenda section, but I also had a question for our town attorney, and it seems like we haven't gotten a date on when we're gonna have like a job description for a town administrator and an administrative policy, which I think negatively impacts the workflow of the town, and it makes it difficult for our staff and the council to understand what's going on, and we haven't gotten a date from the mayor, and I'm just wondering at what point does that constitute not doing the work of the mayor, because that's kind of like, we're kind of like we're kind of cut off because we can't move forward without having that stuff come up, and so I just want to know at what point does that constitute like a non-feasance, or I'm not sure the legal terminology, but non-feasance or misfeasance or whatever you want to call it. Just wondering what does that look like?
I mean, I'm not sure. I would have to look into it more. I wonder if you could comment on the status and see if that resolves.
Sure. I'm actively working on it every day. And I think that it's been particularly tricky because of some of the false accusations that have been made at this table that have required a lot of my time to investigate what is this where is this coming from? And so I've had to spend a lot of time addressing the mayor's ordinance thing, and I sent you a table. I don't know, all weekend working on that, which is specifically because you've made some frankly defamatory comments at this table. And I'm not gonna stand for it. I'm gonna stand up for myself.
And we will get that analysis as a part of the direction that the council just gave. So we'll get that analysis.
But if
on
you'd
that
like
shit.
me to work on it, don't make those defamatory comments and then I won't.
Point of order, I feel like
working
you're
on
not,
those.
there's a miss of the measure of decorum here. I feel like I'm being attacked and I don't really feel like that's.
Yes, in point of order, we need
Well-
to
Okay,
address
there's
the
one point of
deadline.
order on the table,
So you gotta roll that one.
and I'm sorry, I don't feel like I'm attacking you, I'm saying a factual state.
So then we don't want to appeal then.
You can appeal it to the whole council,
I
yeah.
can appeal that ruling.
Okay, so we're appealing the point of order that was not well taken. The point of order was that,
Decorum violation rule.
okay.
It's not
Um,
respectful.
okay. And so council's now gonna vote on whether that point of order is well taken. So if you believe it is well taken, you're voting in the affirmative for the point of order. If you believe it's not well taken, you're voting no, that the point
you
is not well taken.
Clarify that just a little bit more. I was like, I am not. I'm like, I should know voting on it.
Yeah, so you're voting on an appeal right now.
What
If
does a
you,
yes vote mean? What does a no vote?
if you say yes, then you are saying the point of order, what you raised, is a issue that just happened and it's well taken. So it was an issue with the rules and it won't happen again. Essentially, you can't bring it up again. Like, you have to move past it, move right to the next item.
Okay.
So that's what a yes does. You can't continue to discuss that item. Does everyone understand what a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And then if you vote no, then we're gonna continue talking about it.
correct, the point's not well taken, the conversation
And we could
continues.
Continue with the conversation.
Okay.
So should we do a roll call vote or should we?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, will the clerk please call the roll call?
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Daly, Councilmember Lasher,
No.
Councilmember Randolph,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-1. So we are going to move on. Do you have anything else for your report?
No.
Councilmember Davis, do you have anything that you would like to report?
not at this time.
Councilmember Debner?
I guess first question is wondering what the status of the purchasing policy is, which that maybe is a future agenda.
It
scheduled
is
topic.
on my list. I don't think we have it scheduled yet, do we?
I'll have to look.
We don't.
Okay, it's on my list. Yeah, I guess it would be helpful to know like how much of a priority that is for
Yeah.
council.
Is it on the future agenda schedule? I don't think,
We'll
No,
address
it's
it
not.
at the future
Okay,
agenda
we
schedule.
can
We'll
address
put
that
it on
then.
there,
Yeah.
at that time, yeah.
and then I guess the other thing is I just want to read a little statement and share a perspective.
Sure.
I just want to acknowledge the concerns that residents have raised about process, transparency, and concentration of authority. Those concerns are part of the record, and I take them seriously. In response, council has strengthened our rules and procedure to ensure clear agenda control and proceduralized routine opportunity and reminders for conflict of interest disclosures, including perceived conflict of interest disclosures, and for removal of items from the consent agenda in a very transparent way. One of the ordinances tonight was part of that effort to clarify the roles under our charter and code so that the town can function effectively. There may be differing perspectives on structure, but focus that's top of mind for me is completing council's legislative work openly and allowing the charter provided processes to operate as intended. So I just want to thank each of you at the table here for the unique set of skills that you bring. We all bring a different perspective. We all bring a different skill set, and I just appreciate the time, intention, and perspectives of each of you. So I just want to thank you for your service, and I look forward to working together in the future. So.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Davis, you had your hand up. Do you need the floor?
Yes, I'd like to report that Charity is doing an excellent job and helping all the council to do an excellent job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lasher?
I was just gonna point out that I emailed Austin and Charity to ask if we could get a breakdown of the thing that Kathleen just talked about. So I'm assuming you're just gonna wait to share that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the same kind
Yeah,
of issue.
So I thought we were sharing it tonight, so we're just gonna wait to share it is where we're at now.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think we just need to tighten up the analysis
Okay.
and yeah.
Great. And then I was gonna ask you, I just feel like you have so much on your plate because every day like council's just like do this and do this. And so I just wanted to ask how long it did take you to do the vision, mission, and statement. Like how much work that took to do, how much time?
I mean, it doesn't take a lot of time to do the analysis, but again, it's kind of a difficult situation because I'm compiling a mission, vision, and value statement, but then you guys are gonna pick it apart. And so
Mhm.
trying to figure out the best way to collaboratively do this has been a struggle because it's been such a source of contention.
Right.
For the
And that's what I was gonna ask, like how we, like, I don't want you to waste more time on like things that we're not gonna like go through with or whatever. So like that
Mhm.
was just what I was trying to get at is like, how can we work more efficiently? Because I feel like our meetings are so long and then we're like hunting things to next meetings. And it's like, I just would like to get like very efficient with our time.
Mhm.
So if you have suggestions on what we could do to like move more efficiently so our meetings aren't 25 hours long, I would be open to hearing it.
I know this perspective is very different from the mayor's, but I kind of feel like if we had a very candid strategic planning session from that, we could probably easily develop a mission, vision, value statement. I know it would be a long day to have a coordinated discussion and things like that, but then we would also have a staff plan where the chief and I could take that and develop our projects throughout the year and the timelines and actually implement the future agenda schedule based off of what council is saying they want to see happen in the next year.
To be clear, let me jump in there. I have no dog in that fight. I really couldn't, like, I literally don't care. I just want it to be one plan that
Mhm.
you can start to work on instead of having it nickeled and dimed at every meeting like that. I don't care which comes first at all. I literally don't care. So I don't know where that is.
I just feel like getting you all in a room on a Saturday to figure out what are your top priorities and what we actually need to get done, and then develop your whole agenda for the year based off of that and your goals. And it would give staff a clearer plan instead of, okay, well, let's try this and try that. It would be more methodical.
Okay.
Maybe we should put that on the future
Yeah, I
agenda
was gonna
schedule.
wait until the future, yeah.
Planning. Councilmember Randall.
Okay, I have a couple questions. And then I have some stuff for the future agenda. I don't understand who manages the website. There's still no picture of Councilman Davis. And if you pull up the town council page and go down to contacts, the mayor is still listed as town administrator. Yesterday, on the February calendar, the meeting was still not listed. And so I agree with what you're saying, Charity, a year-long agenda and knowing what's happening and when it's gonna happen and having it on the calendar. I think we'll get more residents involved. I also, Charity's still listed as interim town clerk under town contacts. And I would like to see a resident survey, I brought this up before, created by the town administrator with input from council mailed out with what residents are looking for the rest.
Take a survey.
Ideas, a survey.
Mhm. Ms. Campfield and I were talking about doing a survey and we, I don't know where we landed on that. I remember we talked about it.
We talked about it, there's software, but
Mhm.
the investment piece, or if you want a mailed out paper survey to the residents where we then analyze the results and bring them back to the board.
There are some free surveys. We could do some
Yeah.
short little questions and get some, like, once a week, there's a short little question that goes out on the website and on social media. And there's some ways to protect against duplication.
So in the past, my thoughts on some of these surveys, those questions have been so off the wall that it's been very difficult for residents to answer some of them. I think they just need to be very plain questions in my opinion.
So it sounds like a bigger council discussion rather than trying to let staff run with that. It sounds like maybe that's for the future future agenda. Surveys. I appreciate the feedback on the website. I'll get those corrections made. We have gotten Councilmember Davis's picture taken and I have asked our contractor to load it, but it'll get loaded shortly, I'm sure. So this is council reporting time. I don't think we have, or do you have questions for Councilmember Randolph? I don't think we have, this is,
No, I don't.
we're not gonna do.
It's just something you
second
said.
round of council reporting. Is it,
It was just a question based on something you just said.
okay? Could it fit in the future agenda schedule?
Sure, I'll make.
Okay. Try to keep ourselves moving forward here.
Sorry.
Haven't you had your reporting time already? Is it a
But
question for
she didn't
Councilmember Randolph?
get one of her questions answered, so that's what I'm following up.
I'm sorry,
said
Councilmember
who's in
Randolph, what
charge?
was your question?
Yeah, I said, who manages it? Do you manage
do.
the website?
I do. And our Miss Campfield also has access. So that she can post.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the future agenda schedule. Miss Campfield.
So I provided the future agenda with the 4-6 workshop, what we have set up so far. I've added the Gazette policy to the 3-9 meeting, along with the report that Austin and I will need to present on Ordinance 2025-08-8A.
Cool.
I added the minutes discussion to the 4-6 workshop, along with the purchasing policy discussion.
This is all on 3-9.
No, 4-6 is the minutes
Okay.
and the purchasing policy.
Yeah, that's
Can we also add your 3-month review into that 4-6 meeting? Wouldn't that be 3 months?
And then we had questions regarding the rules of procedure coming back. When should we put those on the future agenda?
this won't take long to edit,
Nine.
so.
I'm sorry, what was that?
3-9.
3-9. And the minutes policy,
The minutes discussion is the 4-6
oh,
workshop.
4-6,
So
okay.
that way we can have a hashed out policy on this. On you? Okay. Yeah, that's plenty of.
Okay. And then should we just do away with the mission, vision, and values? Because there seems to be a lot of resistance to that, and just skip straight to the strategic planning session?
I guess that seems, I'm hearing from staff that would be most helpful, so maybe we start with that. And I don't know if a part of that discussion, we can incorporate the mission, vision, values. Imagine it's the same concept. So I like the strategic planning section. I think that'll be valuable for us.
Do we want to do that on a Saturday?
If we want to do it on a Saturday, I can send out an email to full council. Dates in March that might work. And then bring that back.
Does that sound good? Councilmember Randolph?
So we're doing the agenda, correct? So my understanding was,
I'm sorry, is this in response to the workshop for the strategic planning?
no.
We need
this
to
is
get a
just the
verbal
agenda.
yes or no from the question that she just posed. So we're gonna send out, Ms. Campfield's gonna send out a poll to council to get dates in March for the strategic planning workshop on a weekend. Everybody in favor of that?
Yes.
Councilmember Debner?
Yes. Yeah, that's spring break, so I already have trips planned, so.
Yes.
Yes, good April.
And Councilmember
I
Davis?
mean, I'm just one, so we could see, but yeah, I'm only gonna be here for like a weekend.
Let's speak up.
No, I just said I'm.
So I
yeah.
will bring
Yes.
back in for March and April
Okay,
because of spring
Perfect,
break.
thank you. Appreciate
Okay,
that.
March and April. Thank you very much. That's a good result of us going around and getting that input.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that rules working.
it is. And then Councilmember Randolph, you have the.
I have two questions. So the land use today at 5:30 was supposed to be a test. I had residents, a couple call me and say, why aren't we having the meeting at 6:30? I thought it was at 6:30, not 5:30. I'm just wondering what the outcome is, so that if I get questions, I can tell them.
I think it's totally council's decision. I mean, you're at 10:10 right now, so we'd be at 11:30 by the time we get out of here if we start at 6:30. I think it's totally up to council though.
How do you figure we'll be out of here at 11:30? It depends how much we put on the agenda.
Yeah, but just looking at these agendas, you're gonna have 5 ordinances at the next one. That alone is gonna be some time, plus it sounds like a rules conversation, a workshop. Again, it's totally up to council. However you want to go about it.
And then one other thing, we signed the contract for onset. Why are we doing an onset presentation when we have so much going on?
You're welcome to pull the onset presentation. That was in response to council's concerns about onset. So that was at council's request. If council would like to pull that, we're happy to pull it.
Are we under contract for a year with them now? Yeah, I think we can use the time better. in
How
my
does
opinion.
everybody else feel about, the more things we can get off of our agenda that are not critically important, the better in terms of efficiency.
They're an
Councilmember
existing vendor, so I don't think we need a presentation, so.
Same.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes,
let's pull the onset presentation from the future agenda schedule. Anything else, Councilmember Randolph?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I saw Councilmember Bailey's hand up first.
So my understanding of what the council direction was on the whole MVCC schedule was that we were gonna take the workshops and do all the MVCC stuff in the workshop starting at 6:30, so the first Monday of the month. And then we were gonna do our best to limit other workshop needs so that we could keep a consistent schedule, and then we would still be able to, I think with that schedule, we'd still be able to make our deadlines if we pivoted to that. And then, it's because the 5:30 thing, like, people that work, I mean, I work and like, it's, you literally are taking time out of your work day. I mean, I have to go make up hours, because I have to come earlier by an hour, and it's just hard. I think also you'll get better resident attendance if you don't deviate and do an earlier time. And I thought that's literally like I thought we'd all agreed on this, and then it just sort of like got.
I think it was, but at the very next meeting, council undid that.
Because you said that, yeah, because we said, what do you think? And you said, you guys didn't listen to my advice. And so then we said, we want to listen to your advice. So that's why it went back to
Yeah,
5:30.
that's how we
Yeah.
rearranged. So we did, I think, and then at the next meeting, we talked about it again, the timing and changing it. And yeah, that's how I recall too.
And I
But I mean, again, like just, you guys can do whatever you want.
My recollection was that we made that decision and then it was just sort of mischaracterized and then but then it was just put on as a 5:30 and then we were like, well, we'll revisit the discussion later because try it out, see how it works. That was my understanding of it, but
we can totally change it. However,
I mean, I want to make the deadline, but I don't understand why we can't, why that how would that slow us down? I guess if we still did a dedicated time, it was just 6:30, it was workshop time. We tried to do our best to limit other workshops. We saved that workshop time for.
so for instance, like we would not have the next one on 3/9. We would push out a month.
No, we would have to have it on 3/9. The next one would be on 4/6 instead of 4/20.
Oh, so like the
Either
next one, we
part.
wouldn't do like the first workshop thingy, right?
So we'll still do the work session here
Okay,
because of the timing and our requirement for the fast track.
okay,
But then instead of having it on 4/20, it would be on 4/6 in the first part of the workshop. And then we would accommodate the other workshop discussions to fit in the allotted time.
yeah. I mean, I think again, council, it's totally a council call, however you want to approach it. So we wouldn't have to push the other dates, or we would.
They would be bumped up to that first meeting of the month instead of the second.
Oh,
So we
okay,
actually be doing it
Faster.
earlier and
okay.
faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally up to council.
As long as we're meeting the deadline, that's all I really care about personally. That and like and resident involvement. I feel like 5:30 is harder.
There have been published dates like 4 times now with the 5:30 start time and those specific dates at least 4 or 5 times. And so I feel like being inconsistent with those dates, we need to be very thoughtful about that decision. Councilmember Devner?
I believe the latest article of the Gazette listed 6:30 as the start time,
It did.
and that was my
That's right,
recollection
because that's what had
from
happened.
that meeting
From
as
that
well.
Right.
I
So
think we've literally flipped probably no less than 4 times.
Yeah.
Before we even started the project, and I think that's like part of
Go till 11 because we like just
the same.
can't ever agree. And then one meeting we talk about it for 30 minutes and flip it to 5:30. And then the next meeting we talk about it for an hour and flip to 6:30. So we could get so much more accomplished if we just were more efficient with our time. And just agreed and then
It's
stay.
only on the website that says 5:30, right? So we.
And it
say-
has been repeatedly published in the Gazette and.
But the last one said
The last one
6:30.
did.
That's correct, but that's the first time it said 6:30. And it
Okay.
was not a flyer that's called out the times. It was a council discussion. Said that they wanted to move it to 6:30. It wasn't a flyer, whereas all the flyers, all the Gazette flyer ads and statements and the website have been 5:30. And our town attorney has said that's what's best from his own experience, getting in early and getting it done rather than going later. But again, just like our town attorney says, it's council's decision.
Totally up to you. What I don't want is like trying to go through that dense of material and you've gone through 4 different work sessions beforehand. You're like, screw it, do whatever you want. And when I've seen projects do that, they end very poorly.
But in your professional opinion, if you did like the workshop, the first Monday of the month workshop at 6:30, and you tried to limit other workshops,
Right. Yeah, I
and you
think
keep the focus, it almost makes it more centered on the whole project because it's only about that project for the most part.
yes, but I believe again, I'm not trying to argue, but I believe for that next workshop you already have 6 other workshops listed, right?
For 4-6, we have the charter change
So-
workshop currently.
Charter change, communications policy, committee discussion, minutes discussion, purchasing policy, 3-month review.
So 6 others.
I just feel like Austin knows he does this. Like we should just listen to him.
So we're having the workshop at 5:30 on the 9th,
Yes, that can't change.
but we can change the workshop to the what date in April?
April 6th, but then we're gonna have to prioritize and probably punt the committee discussion.
The communications policy discussion, the charter change workshop, and a 3-month review for Ms. Campfield. Which is in her contract.
Can the
Councilmember
3-month
Bailey?
review be done like during the meeting? Isn't that typically what we do for 3-month review? This not workshops?
Oh,
So that would have to be on 420.
yeah. Either way. Again, it's totally up to council, whatever you want to do. Again, my experience when I've seen things burn out is when they get like the project's getting blamed for things. So like, we just need to speed up this project, it's taking away from all these other things. Or when you're just like literally burnt out, you're tired, and you're not ready to engage in a really dense conversation.
But if you're doing this
But-
like the first thing. At
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know why that would.
you can absolutely go
I don't
for it.
know how the burnout argument.
Right, I think if you put it first,
Yeah.
that works.
Councilmember Randolph?
And you had less people here tonight at 5:30 than we've had in other meetings, so I think we're missing the residents. Cause
Well-
it's too hard for them to get here. There's some on Zoom, but as far as bodies,
There were quite a few participating on Zoom, I think more than normal.
Should we just go around the horn and say
Yeah.
yes or no?
So the question is, do you want to move the timing for the MVCC project from 5:30 to 6:30, starting with the April workshops, having it be on the regular workshop date? Councilmember Devon,
Yes.
the first Monday of
The 6, I want the 6:30.
6:30 start time on the
Yeah.
first Monday of the month, rather than at the dates
Yeah,
that we had
so it bumps
previously.
up, yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher?
No.
Councilmember
Yes.
Randolph?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
You're muted.
Yes.
Okay, so we have staff direction. Do you want to summarize the staff direction that we just received?
Yeah, it sounds like we're moving the MVCC project workshops from 5:30 to 6:30 and putting them as the first item on the first workshop of every month.
Starting on the 6th of April, right? Because we're doing.
Correct. So we'll still have March 9 at 5:30. Yeah, hopefully that's the last one.
Yeah.
Can we commit to this
Yeah,
time page?
absolutely.
If community members still don't come in the ways that we would hope, we're not gonna change the time again.
Yeah.
We commit to moving forward. Councilmember Devner?
Guess I was wondering, do we get the parking lot items on the future agenda schedule too? So that way we can have a comprehensive view as far as what projects do we need to talk about, what are we working on? And then I feel like if we have that big picture, we can prioritize based on risk, financially, community needs, which is probably strategic planning.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
And maybe we'll get strategic planning dates set, and then we'll reevaluate the parking lot.
That works for me.
Okay.
Do we have the Gazette policy on 3.9?
Yes, I already added that to 3.9.
Okay, and then the purchasing policy, we talked about 4.6, strategic planning, you're looking for dates. What about surveys? We wanted to have a conversation about surveys for the community.
So I think that was going to be on 4.6. We're gonna have to reevaluate when we will put that. What I can do is I can try to redo this, send it to council in an email, and then we'll go from there.
Are you comfortable with that?
Or you're not like amending it via email? Are you just saying like, here's the updated agenda, we can talk about it at the next meeting or something?
Updated agenda, we'll talk about it at the next
Perfect.
meeting.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, any other items for the future agenda schedule? Councilmember Bailey?
What about the communications policy?
Well, we have that on 4.6, but
Is that gonna stay on 4.6?
Austin and I will have a conversation to see what's feasible and the denseness of the packet.
Got it.
Any other questions for the future agenda schedule? Councilmember Davis?
Nope.
Okay, there being no further business to come before this board, we are hereby adjourned at 10:20 PM. Thank you,
Yeah,
everybody.
back to you.
Look at that, 10:20 exactly.
Was that one?
That was exactly.
wow.
That was exactly.
How we got up. I kept thinking those seconds, I was like,
Yeah.